We can make a start now. So welcome to the Policy P10 Nazing session. Is everybody here comfortable that they know who the council officers are? I do notice actually we have one new gentleman who has appeared this morning. Perhaps it would be helpful if you just briefly introduce yourselves and we'll go around the table. If you could then say who you are and who you're representing, your interest in this session would be helpful. Thank you. If we just start with the council so you know who everybody is.
I'm Mark Beard. I'm the council's barrister. Ms Alison Blom-Cooper sits to my right. To her right is Mr Graham Courtney from the council's implementation team. And to his right is Miss Chloe Salisbury from Arran.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rich Cook, Essex County Council, Planning Team.
Good morning, Mary Young, Essex County Council, Highways and Transportation.
Good morning, Jane Osborne. I'm here on behalf of two separate representatives. Firstly, on behalf of J&W Fencing, who own the fencing centre at Pexhill Nazing, part of which is proposed for an allocation in the plan before you, ma'am, and that part has now got a resolution to approve, subject to completion of a 106 agreement for 25 dwellings. My purpose in being here is to try and persuade you that the remainder of their site should now be included within the allocation as it was at the Regulation 18 stage. And then my second group of clients are the owners of the nurseries to the west of Pexhill, which are called Nazing Nurseries. There are three nurseries in particular. You've got Eastside Nursery, Lakeside Nursery, and then Lake Road Nursery. And I'm here to promote their land as being preferable to the land to the south of the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the reference R2 for the first site?
It is, ma'am, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Sue Clark. I'm a resident of Nazing Village. I'm closely aligned with Vic Jenkins and the issues that he has described in his statement, particularly the agenda inspector's question number 5 regarding the site selection and priorities given to, or preference given to specific sites over others. That's it really.
Thank you.
Good morning. Vic Jenkins, Protect Nazing Greenbelt Group.
Thank you. Well, as I've said in the other sessions, we'll start with the stick with the matters on my agenda, but that shouldn't, particularly as there's not very many of you here, if there are things you want to say that are not specifically covered on the agenda, then please feel free to do so at what seems to be the most appropriate point. If you want to speak on a point, if you just turn your nameplate on its side, that helps me to know that you want to say something. So we'll start with the general matters that I've identified as wanting to hear a little more about to start with, which is the new community centre. My question is, should the vision reflect the aspirational nature of the proposal? The council has proposed a modification to paragraph 5.143 to give encouragement and support to the provision of a new or improved community centre. And you can see that on the schedule that's been handed around this morning. It's number 7, I think. But I guess my question is, given that the plan itself does not make provision for a new community centre, should the vision be amended to reflect the more aspirational nature of the proposal? So if I could perhaps just hear from the council first of all, and then we'll hear from Ms Clark and Mr Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam. The vision for Nazing was developed following community consultation and stakeholder engagement and drew on the evidence which we collated in the preparation of the local plan. The reference in the vision for Nazing to the provision of a new community centre to create a focal point for the village seeks to reflect a long-term aspiration for the settlement and respond to concerns about the existing facilities. It's not considered necessary to alter the vision to reflect the aspirational nature of the proposal. However, in order to reflect the vision for Nazing and to support the principle of the above aspirations, the Council does propose the modification to the supporting text to which you've referred in order to support the provision of community facilities. In making that, in our hearing statement, we noticed a typographical error, and we should be referring to policy D4, not policy D2, which is I think how it was set out in our hearing statement. So that's the amendment 7 of the amendment schedule. The only change, just to be clear, is to change it to policy D4. So what we're suggesting is the provision of a new community centre to act as a focal point for the settlement will be encouraged and supported as set out in policy D4.
Thank you. Just for clarity, there's not a requirement upon any of the allocated sites or to deliver it specifically or any allocation of land, but through those development management policies, this would provide the basis for giving support if an opportunity were to arise. That's essentially the council's position.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Ms Clark.
Yes, I, as a resident, would welcome the amendments that are made by the council. I just wanted to point out something which might be trivial to some people, but highly significant to the people of Nazing. Paragraph 329, the current community facilities for Nazing are located at St Giles's Church, which is true, but it's probably factually misleading to say there's a sports pavilion at Bumbles Green. There is a facility at Bumbles Green which is owned by Nazing Parish Council, but it has been derelict and not fit for purpose for about almost 2 years now, pending the Parish Council deciding a way forward really as regards community facilities for the village.
Thank you. Sorry, just so I can be clear, where was the reference to that you were concerned about?
It's in the response statement by the
Okay.
council. General matters, paragraph, response to question 1,
Okay, thank you.
paragraph 329, so if that could be amended, I'd appreciate
Okay,
it.
well, just to sort of explain the process, it won't really be possible to amend anything that's in the council's statements. What we need to be most concerned with is if there's anything within the plan itself that you're concerned about. It's perfectly reasonable to raise those points, and you should do so. But in terms of where any amendments might need to be made, if you feel that there's anything within the plan that requires amendments, then that's something that you need to raise here. But thank you for raising that.
Could it be recorded somewhere, or did it? I don't know.
Yep. Yes, I made a note. I've made a note of that, so that's fine. And as I say, it's perfectly reasonable to raise things like that. But if there are if in addition there are any concerns that you have about the wording of the text in the plan itself, then that's useful that you should mention that here. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you. The Protect Nazing Greenbelt Group welcomes the changes, which basically means that it won't be located in the concept area to the south. What I just wanted to mention was that there have been a lot of planning applications over the years for just such a facility, and just to quote one of them, one of the reasons given for turning down the application was that the proposal would result in an unsustainable form of development outside existing areas and is not well served by public transport or local services, and therefore would result in an increase on reliance of vehicles, etc., etc. So it should have been clear some years ago that it was possibly a problem area to put it in that location. That's the only point I wanted to make, really.
Thank you. Thank you. If we just cover the other possible modifications that the council's proposing, so that we all know where we stand with those, and then before we move on to the specific sites, I'll ask if there's anything else more general that you want to raise about the development in Nazing. So there is a modification proposed to paragraph 5.143 and part D of the policy concerning potential contributions for pedestrian cycle links between the settlement and the Lee Valley Regional Park. I also note that in its response, the council considered that work in relation to the Crooked Mile route wasn't sufficiently advanced to be reflected specifically in the local plan. Just wonder whether anybody has any comments in relation to that modification or the Crooked Mile issue specifically. Mr. Jenkins, thank you. And likewise, contributions to Part D to be reflected for secondary school places as well as primary school places. I've explained in all of the other sessions that this is a sort of a fairly standard modification that's now being proposed, along with some flexibility to consider the need for those places on a case-by-case basis at the appropriate time. And similarly, a modification proposed to reflect the potential effect of changes to the recreational zone of influence for the Epping Forest SAC. And again, that's a fairly standard modification that's being proposed now across all the different places. Any concerns or comments on those? Did the council just want to take us through any remaining ones that I haven't mentioned that are proposed on your sheet this morning?
Yes, Madam. I think we've covered Amendment 7. Amendment 8, I think we'll come on to talk to in relation to the South Nazing concept area, so perhaps we should leave that one. Yes.
Okay. Now, we're about to move on to the discussion of the specific allocated sites. Is there anything else more general that anyone wanted to raise before we do so? Obviously, there are some fairly sort of general questions at the back relating to the green belt, which we can come on to, but anything that isn't covered on the agenda? No, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to number 3, residential sites. And start with the South Nazing concept framework area, which includes R1, R3, and R4. Again, another modification that's proposed, shouldn't be too controversial, I wouldn't think, is just to rename R1 as land at St Leonard's Road rather than Perry Hill. If I go through, and we'll ask the council to respond on the points that I've raised, and then you make any comments that you want to do so. So first of all, I was just going to ask for a little bit of a progress report in relation to preparing the framework plan. Concerns have been raised. Now, I've said density of R2 there. Now, I'm wondering if that's a typo on my part or not. Where did I mean?
I think you mean R1.
R1, thank you. Concerns raised about the density of R1. A question is this area subject to flood risk? And if so, will the plan be effective in addressing this? So those are the things that I specifically want to hear about. If I could ask the council to do that, and then on this side of the table, if you want to comment on any of those matters or anything further, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. In terms of progress on the framework plan, good progress is being made. Meetings have been held between the council and representatives of Nays R1, R3 and R4 regarding the preparation of the plan. A statement of common ground has been signed by all parties in April 2019, and I draw your attention to that as document ED40. Some key points of that agreement are that the 2 proposed allocations, or I should say actually the 3 proposed allocations, will be subject to a single coherent concept framework plan. That meaningful engagement will be undertaken with the local community to inform the preparation of that plan, and that the sites comprising the framework area are available and deliverable for the proposed number of dwellings within the plan period as identified in the Housing Implementation Strategy Update and its appendices. And those references are EB 410 and 410A. The Council is in discussion with the parties to develop a planning performance agreement which will set out a coordinated planning programme, and that will continue to provide a tool to ensure effective joint working between the parties and the timely production of the framework plan and delivery of the development. Moving on to talking about the density of Nays R1. We do understand the concerns that have been raised relating to the impact of Nays R1 on the settlement character, and in particular how the Council's assessment of the settlement character sensitivity has influenced the proposed allocation of Nays R1, and that was criteria 5.2 in the site selection process, which was undertaken at stage 2, and 6.2, which was the quantitative and qualitative assessment. Nays R1 was promoted to the Council as site reference SR0011, if you want to look at that document. And the site comprises a large swathe of land which extended to the south and east of the existing built extent of the settlement. It was that site area that was assessed through the settlement character sensitivity assessment, which resulted in the conclusion that development could detract from the existing settlement character. This reflected that the site is on the edge of the settlement and the proposals are for higher density development than the neighbouring developments. Therefore, the development would be likely to affect the predominantly rural character of the area. The impact on settlement character and promoting sustainable patterns of growth is reflected in overall suitability assessment for the site, and I draw your attention to page B755 of Appendix B 1.5.2. That states that it was considered that the southern part of the site would promote unsustainable development patterns. The northern part of the site was considered to be less constrained, and it may be possible to overcome contamination constraints and mitigate settlement character impact. So the indicative capacity assessment undertaken as part of the site selection work considered the extent of the site further and recommended that development be limited to the northwestern part of the site, obviously excluding the areas that are flood constrained. And that detailed write-up is provided on page B962 of Appendix B 1.6.4, which is EB 805N. In Appendix B 1.6.6, page B1105, further justification is provided for reducing the extent of the site, which recognises the potential harm to the character of the settlement that would arise from a larger allocation. And that states that as a result of the potential for the eastern part of the site to harm the character of the settlement, and because other more preferable sites could provide the growth proposed for the settlement, development should be limited to the western part of the site. The Council therefore considers the Nays R1 site represents an appropriate extension to Naysing, and that the indicative net density of around 22 dwellings per hectare will complement neighbouring developments. So turning to the flood risk point, the Council has addressed the concerns from the Environment Agency regarding flood risk and assigned statement of common ground with the Environment Agency sets that out, and that's document ED3. It's acknowledged that a small part of the concept framework plan area is subject to flood risk, and that's detailed within the strategic flood risk assessment, and that's document EB913, and that confirms that the majority of Nays R1 actually is 92% of it is in flood zone 1, and through considered management of flood risks, it's likely that a development layout could be determined to pass the exceptions test. The indicative capacity assessment for both Nays R1 and Nays R4 took account of the land subject to flood zones 3B, 3A and 2, in arriving at the proposed site capacity. So if you look at pages B962 and 965 of Appendix B 1.6.4, which is EB 805N. That conclusion is supported by the Statement of Common Ground for the South Nasing Concept Framework Area, and that, again, that's ED 40, which confirms that there's agreement that built development on the floodplain would be avoided, and that would be fully determined as part of developing the concept framework. But to ensure consistency of development requirements across the local plan in relation to flood risk, the Council is proposing 2 amendments to Policy P10 Part G and the development requirements in Appendix 6 for the South Nasing Concept Framework. And those are Amendment 8 on the sheet that's been passed round in terms of the amendment schedule today, and in relation to R2, Amendment 9. Okay. Actually, no, R2 we'll come back to, sorry, apologies. So it's Amendment 8 that you need to address. So it's changes to the policy P10 and a change to the Appendix 6 development requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you. I wasn't going to talk about anything generic in terms of the sites and the actual framework. I just wanted to get some clarification whether the framework itself would cover some certain points adequately, really. Point number 1, really. From previous planning applications and the fact that the highway, St Leonard's Road, is a strategic route and has a lot of traffic on it, fast traffic. Because it's a strategic route, it's likely that there'll only be one access point to the sites. I think that I haven't really seen any plans, but I've heard that there may be 2 access points, but I think it's unlikely that Essex would allow that. So the fact that there is one access point, and we're looking about a site where there's probably going to be 300 plus people living there, I can see a problem in that where the access is located, in fact, all the way up the road, what we have is Lytton Brook on the side where the access to the sites can be gained. And we also have a bank, both sides to protect the brook. And we have a road which is narrow and we're difficult to widen, and it's just wide enough for 2 HGVs to pass. And what that means is pedestrians will have to cross the road at that point as well. And because of the location of that point, and it's always been there in all the previous applications that I've seen, it's my view that that is extremely dangerous. So the point I'm trying to make is that if that's the case, that the framework should cover a proper investigation of pedestrian access, and it should provide a crossing point which is safe for all those people who are likely to come in and out of that site, because they will have to cross the road at that point to access anywhere near the centre of Nasing. So that's the point I'm trying to make, and I don't want the people who are going to work together on this site to think they can get away with a cheap and cheerful system to cross the road there, because in my experience, I'm not a traffic engineer, but for years I used to drive 700 miles a week, and I've sort of seen a lot of serious accidents. It's an accident waiting to happen if there isn't a proper crossing there. And the other point is that because it's a strategic route, it's unlikely that Essex County Council would allow for any traffic calming to be allowed there. And I won't go into too much detail, but on the last traffic survey, the 85 percentile speed of cars passing that point was 48 miles an hour. It's a 30 limit. And I won't go into too much detail, but you either get a lot of heavy lorries in a convoy and they're all travelling slowly, or you get cars travelling anything up to 70 miles an hour at that point. And at the point of crossing on the western side, visibility is seriously restricted, and the 48 percentile speed is right on the margins. So I'm very concerned about that, and what I'm asking for is an up-to-date, properly up-to-date traffic assessment, possible traffic calming measures, and a crossing, probably with lights, to be erected there. And elsewhere in Nasing, where the Lee Valley path has crossed the road, such as in the Nasing Road, and very few people actually use that, and there's very high visibility, there is a crossing with lights. And in all the previous applications, they've only put in an ordinary crossing, and I just think that's highly dangerous, and I'd like that properly sorted out. So I don't know whether it's relevant to here, but I'd like that point made, and if there needs to be funding for that it's in the framework somewhere, and it's not glossed over. That's that point I want to try and make, really.
Thank you. Perhaps if we can ask the council and the Highway Authority. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. I think we understand the concerns that have been raised, and I think we've tried to address those through the development requirements that are set out in Appendix 6, and particularly looking at the number of vehicular access points and the approach to the need to have a coordinated approach to access to the concept framework area, and also in the design points about setting out the requirements for a movement strategy, very much picking up the points Mr Jenkins made about the need for that. I would just draw Mr Jenkins' attention to the fact that Council has agreed a process for the preparation of concept framework areas, which was agreed by Cabinet last year on the 18th of October, which sets out a process which will ensure that the necessary technical evidence is provided and then is subject to very early public engagement, so that local residents and the communities, parish council, etc., can be involved in the preparation of the concept framework at an early stage. And we would very much see that as making sure that these points are addressed.
Just one thought, perhaps, before turning to the County Council. There are lots of references in Appendix 6 to pedestrians and cyclists and vehicles, but they're perhaps more slanted towards connectivity rather than safety aspect of that. If you agree with the points that you've heard, Mr Jenkins, would it be reasonable to sort of reflect the safety aspects of that within Appendix 6 rather than just the sort of connection type issues?
We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. Perhaps if we just hear from Essex County Council and then you can say any further points you want to make. Is there anything you'd be able to add?
There's not really much else to add. We would be looking at all the issues as part of any coordinating with the concept framework, and then any traffic assessments done at the time.
Thank you. Do your sort of initial thoughts and views of it indicate that the sorts of concerns raised by Mr Jenkins are capable of being addressed?
They would be looked at as all part of that system, yes.
Thank you.
Issue.
I'll just add briefly to that. I think, one of the main points there is that the appropriate time to do that in detail is actually when you get the planning application. There's certain parameters that could be looked at now, but when we actually get a planning application and we see exactly what's being proposed and the time when that comes forward, because there could be a difference in timing between the local plan and the planning application and the implementation of development of a number of years. So the most appropriate time to look at it in detail is when the planning application is in front of us, by which time circumstances may be different in some respects from how they are now.
Okay, Mr Jenkins. Ms Clark or Mr Jenkins, whoever wishes to speak first.
Yeah, it was clarification of something that Miss Blom-Cooper said about concept framework consultation, was it? You said that various agencies, parish council, and did you say residents would be consulted? What I wanted to know is the timing or the process of that consultation, because does that happen before planning applications are submitted, or the parish council would see them, for instance?
Madam, if you would indulge me a moment. The idea is that this is done way before a planning application is received. So the idea is that we set out a concept framework which was set out the key points around access and where on the site different, where the roads were going to go, where the pedestrian right-of-way was going to go, and set out key issues at that stage. And that at that early stage, we would have engagement with, and the developers, promoters of the site would have engagement with the preparation of that overarching plan. And then that would come back to the council for endorsement before any planning application is promoted. So we would want to see the issues that you've raised addressed at that stage, not left to the planning application stage.
Mr Jenkins.
Well, I wanted to say something about flooding, but I don't know whether I've preempted that.
Say anything you want to now say about the concept framework area, because then we're going to move on to R2.
Okay. It does say in the MPPF that local authorities should ensure that flood risk is not increased elsewhere. I'm not sure whether that's covered, but the flooding, not at the sites, but at St Leonard's Road, further down to the north, can be very serious. It doesn't happen every year. Every 2 or 3 years, it's enough to stop the traffic, cars get stranded, and so on. In 2000, it was very serious. The road was completely blocked for 12 hours or more. I couldn't get home. I had to stay in a hotel. And some people had to move out of their houses to have them refurbished. So it can happen. There has been an FRA, seems a bit high level. I just want to ensure that the detailed FRA will cover the knock-on effects of the changes to those sites. Because, excuse me, the runoff is quite serious from that direction, from Perry Hill. It might require some tanks or for storage to reduce the runoff. We won't know that really until a really detailed flood risk assessment is done. And I just want to ensure that it is looked at properly, and that we properly take into effect the climate change thing, because, if we're going to get that sort of flooding every so many years, it is serious, and so that does need to be looked at. And all I'm really saying is that in the concept framework, that should be covered, and it's going to cost money. And if there is a need to create some additional constructions to make the runoff more smooth over time, they will require maintenance. And who's going to pay for that in the long term? Because if these things are only used every so many years and they're not maintained, they're useless. So there is an ongoing cost. And in general terms, I just wanted to make sure that that is covered. I mean, I don't know what the outcome of a really detailed flood risk assessment is going to be, but it could run into some significant money, and I wouldn't want that to be missed. I just want to prioritise that, really. It does say something about sewers in the infrastructure, but not a lot, really. Because the sewers are also affected by flooding, because when the water gets into the sewers, those people down the road it all comes up in their toilets, and that's what causes the problem. So I don't know what's envisaged there. I know they've been relined, but I'm not sure that will make any difference. So there's things like sewage capacity and the effects of flooding, and I just want to make sure that that's really going to be covered, because the people on the sites won't be affected, but other people will.
Ask the council to explain. Thank you.
Yes, a couple of points. We think the flooding issues are adequate or can be adequately addressed through the policies in the plan DM15 and DM16. Just to reassure you, we have got a drainage engineer as part of the implementation team, because flooding issues, and particularly surface water flooding, is a big issue in this district, and they will be part of the team that's looking at the concept framework area and making sure that these matters are looked at and addressed at that stage.
Thank you. Can we move on to discuss R2? Is it people content to do that? Okay, so this is the fencing centre, Pex Hill. Right. Let's start with Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, ma'am. One of the questions you raised was whether the density proposed on the site was realistic. I think we showed through the planning application recently granted subject to the 106 that it is not possible on the reduced site area to achieve 29 dwellings. We were very keen to ensure that the layout here is in keeping with the local surroundings. To get 29 on the reduced site area would be very cramped. We have achieved an attractive layout with 25. It is only an outline scheme at this stage, but our architect spent a long time playing around with different options, and it's likely that any developer who purchases this site going forward would follow those general principles. So I think the answer to your question, ma'am, is no, you're not going to get 29 on this reduced site area. It was interesting that when the whole site was allocated at the Regulation 18 stage, it was proposed to be developed at a density of 23 to the hectare. And yet when it was reduced at the Regulation 19 stage, the density was increased to 35 dwellings to the hectare, which suggests cramming in to try and achieve the numbers. We just don't think that's achievable, nor would it be acceptable, I don't think, to the local community. Then moving on, ma'am, to the my main point about why I think the whole area should be included now. Would you like me to address that now? I don't know if you're having an opportunity to view the site at all. Will you want to go and look?
I haven't looked yet, but I will do. I said at the start I've seen quite a lot of places now, but I haven't been able, unfortunately, to get to everywhere before the hearings. But
No.
before
Yes.
I make any decisions, I will have been there. Yeah.
Okay, we'd certainly welcome that. I've tried to demonstrate to you by the photograph FC03 that the character of the land is now significantly different following the development of the Tom World glass houses immediately to the north. Tom World have been developing a huge area, I think it's something like 10 hectares in total, progressively since 2011. They started further north and have worked south, and then last autumn they put up the last phase. So the northern boundary of the open part of the site is now completely dominated by the earth embankment, which is about 5 metres high, and the glass on top of that, which is about another 7 metres high. And no doubt now when we see it, it will be green because there will be crops growing in there. So I think to argue that this open part of the site is encroachment into open countryside is ignoring the current facts on the ground, and that's why I would very much welcome you visiting the site so that you can see that for yourself. Those are my main points. Thank you.
Should we hear from Mr. Jenkins, and then we'll come back to the council? Did you want to speak on R2?
I didn't know.
Okay, sorry, I thought you did. If you put your card down, that's okay. No problem, no problem. Okay, we come back to the council then. Obviously, it would be helpful if you could explain the reasons for reducing the scale of the allocation between Reg 18 and 19, but also in light of what we've heard about the outline application proposing 25, whether or not you feel it's necessary to amend the dwelling numbers for the allocation that you have in the plan.
So I'm going to take this one. So if I just take the green belt, or the size of the site first, I think in Ms Osborne's hearing statement, she suggested a number of different site areas that could be included within the allocation, and I'll try and talk about both of those separately because they're slightly different circumstances. So if I'm on the plan on page 164 of Appendix 6, and in the draft local plan, I don't know if you can see, but there's a line, the circular line, and that area was included in the draft local plan, which Ms Osborne mentioned. At that point in time, the council had understood that it was previously developed land. Following the draft local plan, it revisited the allocations and came to the conclusion that it wasn't, and that conclusion is supported by the decision that the council recently made on a planning application, which was for the entire sort of emission part of the site, if I call it that. But the council concluded that that small piece of land and the rest of the site was inappropriate development in the green belt because it didn't constitute previously developed land, which links into the sort of council's reason for not allocating the full wider part of SR0150. So in accordance with the council's local plan strategy and the land preference hierarchy, the council has sought to allocate previously developed land in the green belt before allocating greenfield green belt land. Site Nays R2 is located within parcel 066.4 of the stage 2 green belt assessment. And this parcel makes a relatively weak contribution to Purpose 2. In the council's view, the construction of the glasshouse uses adjacent to this part of the site don't materially alter the conclusions that the council made in 2017.
Did you want to come back on that at all?
No, I don't think so, Mum. I understand what the council is saying. I just disagree.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, that's helpful. Anything else on R2? Thank you. Okay, so if we turn to the employment sites, have a specific question about E7 Winston Farm, and there is a modification proposed to redraw the site's boundary because part of the site has planning permission for housing. Any comments on that? Okay, and any comments on any of the other existing site designations, E1 to E6? Okay, then moving on to number 5, the green belt alterations. Again, what I'll do is I'll read out my questions there and ask the council to comment, and then take any comments on this side of the table on any of those points, or indeed any others. So my first question is, why is expansion to the south, meaning the concept framework area, less sensitive in greenbelt terms than expansion to the northeast, which representatives have suggested is covered in semi-derelict glass houses? Why is it proposed to move E1 from the greenbelt but not all the other existing employment sites shown on map 5.16. Now that could be to do with the allocation, but it's just some clarification for me. Appendix 6 requires a defensible greenbelt boundary to be established along the western edge of R2. I think you've agreed that should be the eastern edge. Is that right? So yeah, it's just a typo, so we don't need to discuss that. And in more general terms, how have proposed nursery sites been treated as either previously developed land or greenfield land in the site selection process? And what are the implications of this for the plan's allocations in Nazing? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. If we take the expansion to the south and the Greenbelt alterations proposed first, at paragraphs 55 to 56 of our hearing statement on page 23, the Council set out its approach to using the Greenbelt Assessment Stage 2 results in the site selection process. So as we've discussed briefly, the methodology followed includes the rationale for not assessing parcels against Purpose 5 and also explains that for the purposes of sensitivity testing, we also excluded Purpose 3. The footnote that in the site selection methodology confirms for the purposes of site selection, we just took account of the level of harm for purposes 1, 2 and 4. On that basis, expansion to the south of Nazing is considered less sensitive than expansion to the northeast for a number of reasons. Naze R1, R3 and R4 are located in parcels for the purposes of the Greenbelt assessment, that's 067.4 and 067.5, which make no contribution to purposes 1, 2 or 4. Land to the northeast of Nazing is located within parcel 066.4, with land to the northwest within parcel 066.5. They make a greater contribution to the three purposes of the Greenbelt the Council considered through the site selection process. Take parcel 066.4 first. The assessment showed that Purpose 1 there was no contribution, Purpose 2 a relatively weak contribution, and Purpose 4 no contribution, and for 066.5 Purpose 1 weak contribution, Purpose 2 relatively weak contribution, and Purpose 4 no contribution. When undertaking the Greenbelt assessment, the consultants did take account of the presence of glasshouses, and where appropriate, their presence did inform the purpose scores contained in the report. I'll come back to talk about how we approach the nursery sites in a moment. But if I take the second matter next, the proposal to remove Naze E1 from the Greenbelt, but not all the other existing employment sites on map 5.16. As we've set out in paragraph 351, that's page 145 of the hearing statement, we do propose to remove Naze E1 from the Greenbelt as part of Alteration 40. Alteration 40, that's in the Greenbelt background paper, also includes an anomaly where land to the rear of properties off Old Nazing Road is located. The alteration seeks to regularise the position, to regularise the position where previous development has taken place in the Greenbelt and ensure the most defensible Greenbelt boundary is protected. So we've set out in the background paper update, which is EB 1608 at paragraph 3.17, that the Council made a planning judgment on employment sites as to whether to alter the Greenbelt boundary to take account of the proposed allocation or designation of those sites. In making that judgment, the Council considered existing Greenbelt boundaries and the need to retain the integrity of the Greenbelt by not introducing new holes, as it were, within it. And that was to ensure that we retained the most defensible boundary and to prevent weakening Greenbelt boundaries through piecemeal alterations. On this basis, the Council concluded that it was not appropriate to alter the Greenbelt boundaries for Naze E2 and Naze E5 to E7, since the sites in the adjacent land is washed over by the Greenbelt. Development adjacent to Naze E1 is currently inset from the Greenbelt, and that's why, to retain the most defensible boundary, the council is proposing an alteration at that location.
Okay, so so you did look at all of them, sort of. It was a
Absolutely.
consistent process. It's not just a sort of picked one to be. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So I'm skipping over the typing error. In terms of how we've proposed nursery sites being treated in the site selection process, we've set out in paragraph 353 of our hearing statement that the council has treated nursery sites as greenfield land. This is because nursery sites comprise land that is or has been occupied by agricultural buildings. Based on the definition of previously developed land set out in Annex 2 of the National Planning Policy Framework 2012, land that is or has been occupied by agricultural buildings comprise one of the identified exclusions and therefore should be treated as greenfield land. This means nursery sites in agricultural use would fall within category 4 or lower of the land preference hierarchy in accordance with the methodology set out in Appendix B 1.5.1. That's EB 805H. And that's the document which ranked the sites taken forward for further assessment as part of the site selection process. So the proposed site allocations for Nazing, if we take Naze R2, that was previously developed Greenbelt and came in category 3 in the land preference hierarchy. And Naze R1, R3 and R4 are in category 4 in the land preference hierarchy, and that's their greenfield land adjacent to the settlement, which makes no contribution to the Greenbelt. Consequently, the council considers that it has identified sites in accordance with the local plan strategy as set out in policy SP2, and that there are no implications arising from the way the council has considered nursery sites for the proposed site allocations in Nazing.
Could you just perhaps go a little bit further with that explanation in relation to how the concept framework area has been treated compared to the nursery site? So they're just open greenfield land
Yes.
with nothing on it
Yes.
at the moment, and so why would they come further up the land preference hierarchy to greenfield land that may not meet the PDL definition, but neither does R1 to R4, obviously, that is greenfield land. So why do the greenfield sites with the nurseries on them come below that, or do they not come below that? Are they the same as that, but there were other reasons for not developing those? Perhaps if you could just explain that point.
They would generally fall lower because they would be considered to be agricultural land, essentially. For the reasons that I've described, we have treated nursery sites not as previously developed land. We've treated them as essentially an agricultural use in accordance with Annex 2 of the NPPF.
Sorry, so whereas, what would you class R1, R3 and R4 as, just as an example? Is that not agricultural land?
Yes, but they fell within category 4 because they were adjacent to the existing settlement. And I think, as we've previously discussed, obviously Greenbelt was one of the considerations, but there were other considerations. On balance, they were identified as the preferred sites within Nazing for allocation.
Are the nursery sites not adjacent to the settlement?
Yes, ma'am, indeed they are. If you go in along Lake Road to the entrance to Lakeside Nursery, then there are 4 dwellings directly opposite that site. The road then veers into Eastside Nursery, and along the periphery of that, there's probably another 3 or 4. If you go along Lake Road to take you into Lake Road Nursery, there are 2 or 3 dwellings that share the road into that site. So yes, they are all adjacent to housing, I would say. I can't myself see that the nurseries to the west are any less associated with the village than the land to the south.
Ms Salisbury.
So in Appendix B1 5.2, and I'm on page B.
Do you want to just give me just slow down and give me the references again? Appendix
B1.5.2 on page B754.
Yep.
That's the assessment that looked at different broad locations that might be more or less suitable for development, and there are a number of suitable strategic options, or more suitable strategic options around Nasing, which include the areas that we're discussing. I think the evidence, when looked at its totality, shows that some of the characteristics around Nasing are quite similar. So in terms of landscape sensitivity and that kind of thing, there are similar characteristics. When you look at the southern expansion option, which is where the Nays R1, R3 and R4 are located, the reason for that is because of reduced greenbelt harm. So of the 3 purposes we looked at, there's no contribution, whereas, as Ms Blom-Cooper said, on the other options, there is some contribution. The council also considered that the southern location was closer to existing community facilities, in particular the village centre amenities, but also the primary school, which is directly to the north of the proposed site allocations. And through the site selection process, consideration has been given to minimising the size of that allocation, considering and minimising the harm that might have to settlement character and landscape impact. So when taken all together, the council considers that they're the most appropriate location for development.
Thank you. I appreciate that there are always other considerations, and that often you do need to make a choice between similar areas. I think what I just want some clarity over is whether the nurseries have been treated more, this is the wrong word, but more harshly, if you like, by being nurseries than an open agricultural field. So in terms of where they lie in this land preference hierarchy, are they on the same category? They're not below?
Not by just being, sorry, I can't speak this morning either, not just by definition of them being nursery sites, so they would have been treated, so I think the sites that we're discussing, I think are also in category 4 in the land preference hierarchy, because they're lower performing greenbelt sites, so they were considered in the mix. It's not to say that they were put at the bottom just because they were nursery sites. They were considered in the round, and the council just came to the view that other sites and locations were more suitable.
Okay. I think I just wanted to be clear about that, because I think I was thinking in my mind that some extra agricultural use had maybe been attributed to them because they had an agricultural use upon it. But essentially you've treated nursery sites as greenfield sites because they don't meet the definition in the NPPF, and then I suppose where the point of dispute then lies is whether or not you should have given more weight to the fact that they did already have buildings upon them and they weren't an open green field as some of the others are, and your view is that you didn't need to do that. Perhaps if you could just to sort of perhaps strengthen your position slightly, if you could perhaps explain why you didn't think it was necessary to give weight when you've got a number of open greenfield sites. To anyone looking at them, one that's got buildings on already is perhaps less valuable than the open green field next door. Could you perhaps explain your thinking around that, or is it because of, or is in this case it because there were just other other factors anyway concerning the green belt and the provision of facilities?
I think, as we've already described, we took account of the Greenbelt assessment in coming to that judgment, and those sites were scored more highly in terms of Greenbelt harm than the ones to the south. So I guess, you know, that in this particular location, that was the factor.
So by the same standard in another location, it could have been that the nursery sites were preferable. There's no specific disadvantage by being nursery sites, and you will have had regard to the fact that there are buildings upon them in reaching your overall conclusions.
Yes, the Greenbelt assessment that was undertaken certainly took account of whether or not there were nursery sites when they assessed the harm to the Greenbelt.
Thank you, Ms Osborne, and then we'll hear from Ms Jenkins, Ms Clark.
Thank you, ma'am. Just as a matter of fact, the rear half of Lakeside Nursery, which is the middle one of the three to the west, is entirely previously developed land. Lakeside Nursery ceased to have any form of horticultural production about 30 years ago, and the buildings to the rear have been partly reused, partly redeveloped with planning permission. You've got a vehicle repair workshop, you've got a couple of scaffold storage yards, you've got an earthworks company storing equipment down there, all under a certificate of lawfulness. So the character of that site is entirely industrial in appearance, and the council doesn't appear to have given any weight to that at all. Can I now also briefly comment upon the fact that the land to the south, which is allocated, from what the council have said this morning, appears to be viewed in the same way in terms of the spatial hierarchy as the remainder of the open land at the fencing centre. And therefore, I reiterate my point that I think the land at the fencing centre, if we now see them on a level playing field, is far better enclosed. The remaining parcel of land there does not encroach into open countryside in the way that the land to the south of the village does. In fact, the land around the fencing centre is just rear back gardens. It's got no agricultural value, no production from it. So it is different in terms of character from that to the south of the village.
Thank you. We have Ms Clark and then Mr Jenkins. Okay, the other way around then. Mr Jenkins and Ms Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm on the spot here, really, because I don't agree with what the council have said. And there's some points I want to make, but the only way I'm going to cope with doing it is to go over some of the ground that's already been over. So it might take a little while. So can I do that?
If you begin and then just be as succinct as
I'll
possible.
try.
Thank you.
Okay. If we look at the, there were two studies done as far as I can see, and there may have been others, but I couldn't find them. There's a 2010 study, which is about visual and landscape character sensitivity and so on, which was based on fairly high parcels. When I looked at it, and I'm just going to look at, say, the northeast and the southeast, because that seemed to be the area that was in contention over the write-up about how sensitivity in Greenbelt terms at the south was less sensitive. And what it says in there in the 2010 really is, in terms of landscape character sensitivity, the northeast is moderate and the south is high. In terms of visual sensitivity, they're both moderate. Okay. I'm not aware of any further study, although in the later study, which was in 2016, which was about Greenbelt assessment, that's a 705A, in page 32, 4.17, it did say that a study of landscape character sensitivity would be particularly important in distinguishing areas that are more or less sensitive to development in landscape terms. And I don't know whether that was really, because the study in 2016 was in much smaller parcels, and they were sort of on the periphery, all the way around on the periphery of the settlement, whether one should have been done at that level. That's my point there, because I haven't found one. I suppose that's my first question. And I would like to just go over what's been repeated before, and I sort of based this on the study that I've referred to, which was in 2016. And this was on figure 4.6, which looked at the level of harm to the green belt associated with the release of parcels excluding purpose 3. And there's a categorization which goes from very high, moderate, low, very low down to none. And if you look at the diagram on Nasing, basically what it says is just to reiterate, there are 5 reasons. One came out early. Number 1 is about character of. It's really from medieval old towns, I think, and I'm not sure that particularly applies to Nasing, or it might apply to some areas in the east, which are in a sort of conservation area. 3 was taken out on the basis that it, if I can find the 4 reasons which I've got here, was taken out on the basis that it safeguards the countryside from encroachment. And I think the rationale was that that all those parcels protect the land more or less much the same, so take it out. Actually, if you look at it for Nasing, it actually varies quite a bit, actually. But we'll leave that aside for the moment. And all we've got left now is 1 and 2. One is sprawl, what the impact is in terms of sprawl, and the other one is the merging. And just looking around Nasing, if you look at the 1 and 2 reasons, then they're all none for number 1, which I believe was sprawl, if I've got that right. And the one that was just a bit different was in the west, which was weak. And I wouldn't have thought there was a lot of difference between that, between none and weak. And if you take number 2...
Mr. Jenkins, sorry to stop you. You're losing me slightly. I don't know if you'd be able to sort of draw it together to tell me what your concern is, what your overall concern is.
What I'm saying is that that 2 was pretty well all weak except for in the south. What that means is that they're all pretty much the same. That's what I'm saying. But the site that's in the south has been chosen on that basis. It's not a standout reason for any of those things. So I think when you're quoting there's no impact, no impact, and no impact on the south, that's highly misleading because it's taken out of context. And if you put it into context of all those sites in Nazing, there's not an awful lot of difference on that basis. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I just wonder how valid it is using that mechanism. I hope that that makes sense. I mean, basically, on a desktop review basis, it's not very effective. And what I'm saying is that if people got out and had a look round a bit more, there might be a better basis for selecting those sites. I hope that makes some sense. But if we come on to, where are we? I think what I'll do is I'll leave it there, and there's some other points I want to make on the land hierarchy, which whether that we can cover that later or not. But
No, we're essentially at the end of the agenda now, and so
Okay.
I think we're really into either covering the Greenbelt points and then any other points you want to make. I'm not going to raise any more points or any more questions, so you should make the points that you want to now.
Right, well, I think this is really about proposed nursery sites, how they've been treated. It seems that in the land hierarchy, as you've said, that the nursery sites are only given a category of 3 for the reasons that have been stated. But in terms of the value to the green belt, the nursery sites seem to have given pretty well a value of 5. So it is a greater value to the green belt if the land meets other suitable criteria. Now, if you take the southern sites, that's been given a category of 4, which says of least value to the green belt. Now, based on what I said earlier, if you look round the periphery of Nazing, you can pick out loads of sites which will be 4, which will get through and will be 4. So what that means is all those sites of the glass houses, and there are a lot of them, I think there's something like nearing 20 sites, haven't got a hope of getting through stage 3. Because of that decision to allocate 3 to the value in the land hierarchy, I can't see how any of them can get through. So I think that, unless I've got it wrong, I think that needs addressing, because if that is to persist, when we have another plan, which might be sooner rather than later, it seems to me that a lot of these smaller sites, which are becoming uneconomic of glass houses, will continue to be ignored, and we're going to build on more of the greenbelt land to the south. So I think something on that needs to change, because it seems to me to be unreasonable. And where there is a compelling case to build on some of these glasshouse sites, and many of them now are very old, 50 or 60 years, and the houses have been built around them, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to put them out on this sequential method, which is very prescriptive. And I think at sort of stage 3,
Okay.
that a more pragmatic approach should have been applied.
Okay. Thank you. We'll perhaps if we hear briefly from Miss Clark, and then I will ask the council if they could give an explanation of how they've considered the derelict glass houses in the same way that they have done the nurseries. Ms. Clark.
It might be better. My question is slightly different, so I don't know if you want to ask the... Yeah. Okay. It's about numbers, really, and how the some of the rejected sites, which then went on to get planning approval, how do they fit with the 122 homes allocated in the plan. I'll give you a couple of examples. And the resistance, or otherwise, might be a phrase to me, to allocating sites on the less preferred option of in Nazing. One is the Stone Shot site, which was rejected, but then went on to win an appeal, and it's now got permission for 36 homes. Another one is Burley Lodge and Burley Nursery, which was rejected, but got planning permission in September 17 for 5 homes, and in 2016 for 6 homes. And there's also this updated, which I just saw this morning, of an additional allocation of the Chimes Garden Centre, which, if I recall, wasn't considered, or it's rejected because it already had planning permission. So that's 33 homes. Where do all these numbers fit with the 122 homes that are allocated in the plan? Because I'm not a planning person, obviously, but the public and the popular perception is that this plan from 2011 to 2031, Nazing will just have 122 homes, when obviously that isn't going to happen. And I think people don't understand why that is. They feel it's a bit of a, well, the planners have, cheated us again, they haven't listened to us again, all those sorts of things. So I'm trying to understand where those sites that have got approval fit, considering they were rejected in the site selection process. Where do they fit now with 122?
Thank you, Ms Clark. So if we ask the council, first of all, if you could come back on Ms Clark's point, first of all, and then if we could deal with the point about how you've looked at the derelict glass houses in both the sort of Greenbelt review and also the land preference hierarchy. Similar explanation to as you gave for the nurseries, I think would be useful before I ask for any final comments, and then we'll draw the session to a close. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. In relation to Ms Clark's point, all planning approvals prior to the cut-off date, and I'm just trying to remember, was that September 2017? 31st of March 2018. 2017. For the purpose of the site selection, are included in our housing land supply. So they were taken into account when we did the final site selection and when the final numbers were proposed for all the different sites. Obviously, life goes on, and applications will have come in since and potentially been granted since. Those will also go into our supply figures, which we're also updating on an annual basis. What I would say is that we need to get a plan in place so that we have growth going in the proposed locations for growth, not being determined by ad hoc applications which don't take account of the infrastructure requirements and what's needed for the district. And that's the importance of this examination and hopefully getting a plan adopted as soon as possible. In relation to the point about how we treated nurseries and glass houses, for us, they're one and the same thing. We're treated as agricultural use, as in relation to Annex A in the NPPF. With regards to Lakeside Nursery,
sorry, on the glass house, just to push it a little bit more as in relation to the nurseries. I think the point that's being made really is that they, in technical terms, they may well have the same greenfield definition as an open field, but in the public view, you've got a falling down glass house and then a nice open field. Most people would probably choose to build on the derelict glass house, and I think that's what we need, a little bit more of a explanation of why that hasn't been done.
Well, I think that comes to a little bit of confusion about how the Greenbelt assessment is done and how the land preference hierarchy has been used. So all the sites that were put forward in the preferred strategic options were afforded a land were set out in the land preference hierarchy. So where we had sites on green fields or green belt land on the edge of settlements, Those of least value to the green belt, if the land meets other suitable criteria for development, were afforded a higher land preference than sites of greater value to the green belt. The sites that we've been talking about to the south fell into the first category. They were of least value to the green belt compared to those. So the sites that have been mentioned, they fell into a lower land preference hierarchy by virtue of the green belt assessment that had been undertaken, in which they scored more highly in terms of harm to the green belt.
And can we just get some comfort then that the presence of the glass houses and the impact that they themselves have in terms of greenbelt characteristics, if you like, have been taken into account? You haven't treated them just as a green field and ignored the fact that they've got collapsing buildings upon them?
No, as I've said, the original greenbelt assessment took account of that when they determined what contribution the sites made in terms of harm to the greenbelt.
Just a couple more then, brief points, if you want to come back on either anything new and fairly succinctly, please, and or any last responses to what the council has said. Thank you. Ms Jenkins.
Thank you. I hope I can just explain this. As you're saying, that because the glass houses are actually on the edge of settlements, they've been given a ranking of 5, and the southern sites and others, which are on the south but are on the periphery, have given a ranking of 4. But surely this is really just based on what I explained earlier about the purposes of the green belt and how it varies around settlement and Nazing, and it doesn't vary very much, and it doesn't vary very much, and I'm not sure that it warrants this change in the ranking, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I'm not an expert, but ranking all those sites as 5 and the other as 4, I just can't see it, to be honest. I mean, on the studies that are made, I just can't see how you can do that.
Okay, thank you, Ms Jenkins. Ms Clark. Thank you. Did you have any final points you wanted to make?
I think my only point, Mum, listening to the discussion, is it seems to me that a lot of the problem comes down to the scale of the parcels of greenbelt land looked at in the review. And I think I'm right in saying you've already had a session on that, so I wouldn't want to repeat that. But I think it happens at all these inquiries. You know, the scale of the parcels is inevitably large, and yet it still needs to be looked at on a much more small scale when you come to the allocation.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything final from the council? Thank you very much for your contributions, very helpful. We'll return at 2 o'clock to talk about Chigwell and the rural sites. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the session on Chigwell this afternoon, policy P12. First of all, if I could just go around the table, please, ask everybody to introduce themselves and to say what your interest is in this afternoon's session, and if you represent a site, which one you represent. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam. I'm Mark Beard. I'm the Council's barrister. To my right is Ms Alison Blom-Cooper. To her right is Mr David Coleman, and to his right is Miss Chloe Salisbury from Arup.
Good afternoon, Rich Cook, Essex County Council Planning Service.
Good afternoon, Mary Young, Essex County Council, Highways and Transportation.
Good afternoon, Oliver Bell of Nexus Planning on behalf of St Conga Provincial. We represented them in respect of an emission site.
Afternoon, Colin Campbell from Hill Residential on behalf of Meridian Hill Chigwell LLP. We have an emissions site off Hill House Farm, which is owned by the County Council, which we have an option over.
Good afternoon, Mum. Tony Asprey Planning on behalf of Freetown Homes. We have an emission site on land bounded by Hainault Road, Cortland Drive and by the Central Railway Line.
Afternoon, Richard Clues, Stratton Parker, here on behalf of Scott Properties, who have an allocation at Chig R5 and an emitted site, if you like, directly alongside that, which we consider to be brownfield land.
Afternoon, Sanjeev Shah, landowner at for site R11, Hainault Road.
Good afternoon, Selina Jeffcoat of Chigwell Residents Association.
Afternoon, Neil Homer, planning consultant acting on behalf of Chigwell Parish Council.
Good afternoon, my name is Mark Youngman. I'm here for policy P7, representing myself as a resident of Limes Farm and many of my neighbours.
Good afternoon, I'm Kay Morrison and I'm here from Limes Farm Residents Association.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, just a brief reminder, given that we do have people here representing a number of emission sites, it's not an opportunity to hear lots and lots of detail about the merits of emission sites. So if you can sort of try to direct those as far as you can towards either the sort of the method or why the allocations that are made in the plan are not suitable. If that's the case in your view, then that would be helpful. I intend to sort of proceed by moving down the items on my agenda in order to provide order, but there might be things that you want to say that don't appear directly on there, and you shouldn't feel precluded from raising them within reason. If you do want to say anything at any point, if you turn your name card on its end and point your name towards me, then that will help me to know that you wish to speak. So we'll begin. Did you have an initial question, or can we? No. Because I will come to Limes Farm, but as I say, we will carry on in the order that's on the agenda. So as long as it's broadly in relation to the matter at hand, then that's fine. So my first question, I just want to cover some general matters first of all. So my first question is the matter of the community hub that has been raised. The infrastructure delivery plan identifies a community hub for Chigwell as being desirable, and so I've asked, should the plan be supportive of this aspiration as is proposed in Roydon? We've had a very similar discussion about a community hub proposed in Roydon, and the plan is broadly supportive of that, and I think in response the council is now proposing to put something into the plan to reflect that aspiration. Perhaps if I could just ask the council to briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam. I will briefly explain. Before I do, can I just check that the question actually refers to the aspiration as proposed in Nazing as opposed to Roydon? I think it might be a...
Quite probably. Quite probably. Yeah, we have a discussion we had earlier. Was it Nazing?
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, it's a typo,
just
sorry.
Wanted to check.
Yeah.
So, to reflect the Parish Council's aspiration, the infrastructure delivery plan does include a community hub for Chigwell as a desirable item. That's, if you need the reference, that's EB1101B, page 41, reference Chig 20. The local plan is generally supportive of new community facilities across the district. And policy D4, part A, little 2 of the local plan submission version states that development proposals will be permitted where they improve the quality and capacity of facilities valued by the community. Section I of policy D4 states that the council will support proposals to develop, retain, improve or reuse community leisure or cultural facilities, including those set out in neighbourhood plans. And policy P7 part I, point 2, also includes a requirement for community facilities and the provision of such facilities to be considered as part of the Limes Farm Strategic Master Plan. However, in order to better reflect the Parish Council's aspiration for a community hub, on reflection, the Council proposes a modification to the supporting text to policy P7, paragraph 5110, and this is Amendment 1 on the sheet that we've provided. I hope everyone's got a copy. If anyone doesn't have a copy of this sheet, we can supply one to you. Okay. We'll just hand out some additional copies. So whilst that's going around, the modification is to add wording into paragraph 5.110 to say that the provision of new community facilities, including a community hub, to act as a focal point for the settlement, will be encouraged and supported as set out in policy D4. However, other options may be appropriate to meet the demand, including the utilisation and improvement of existing facilities.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments, concerns about that addition? Mr. Homer.
Thank you. The Parish Council hasn't formally had the opportunity to sit down and consider these recent modifications, but I have sought its advice on how to respond. It is happy that the first sentence has been added to is proposed to be added to the paragraph. It thinks the end sentence, the final sentence, is unnecessary as a caveat. It also would like the words "or neighbourhood plan" inserted after infrastructure delivery plan in that paragraph to properly reflect the National Planning Policy Framework. And as has been made, the point that's been made in its statements to you, it still doesn't understand why aspirations can find no home in the vision.
Thank you, Mr. Shah.
Thanks. It's a proposal to build facilities on the existing site of where the Victory Hall in a parish council is, or is it to look to move it to maybe within master planning for R6?
Well, I'll ask the council to. I think this is just to reflect an aspiration. I think that my understanding from the previous discussion is that there aren't any particular sites proposed for it. It's just to provide a support for an opportunity if opportunities present themselves. I don't think there's no site particularly proposed in the policy at the moment, which is why there was previously no reference to it in the plan. So this is more to reflect an aspiration and to give support to that if it arises.
Okay. Yeah, I just note that with the existing sites, I think the council had already rejected using the existing site based on an outline permission, and a lot of that was based on green belt. So I just hope that if it were the existing site that's used, that there would be a community referendum performed to have those special circumstances reflected appropriately.
That's something that can be resolved through this examination. Is it Miss Jeffcoat? Sorry, I see your name. Thank you.
I understand that the previous development that Mr. Shah was talking to has been turned down because it was on Greenbelt. That was refused. There isn't a policy at the moment because the neighbourhood plan has been rejected. I don't think there isn't a specific policy going forward with where and what a community hub would be. I know that generally residents are overall supportive of considering a new hub, but there needs to be a proper assessment in place, as Mr. Shah quite rightly says. But certainly, as far as residents are concerned, it's looking on the existing site. That's what has always been advised, and that's what is being considered, I understand, going forward.
Thank you. Can I just come back to the council now? There seems to sort of be general support for the encouragement of some additional wording, so I don't want to spend too long on this matter. Can I just ask Mr. Coleman if you could clarify why we need the last sentence, which is almost a bit of a caveat there, and if that's appropriate?
I think we're just aware of the need to not be too rigid in terms of making sure that the plan requirements are deliverable. We certainly have another look at that final sentence happily and review in light of what we've heard. But as I said, it's a case of making sure that we're providing enough clarity and support without being overly prescriptive. So it's just making sure we get the balance correct.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Asprey, a last point on this, because I want to move on to some of the other matters.
Yeah, very briefly, ma'am. It will not have been lost on you that the existing community hub site adjoins my client's emission site. And were that site to have been promoted, our proposal for Greenbelt review would have released the land needed for the community hub, original scheme, from the Greenbelt. It remains our view that we are cooperative and receptive to cooperation with the Parish Council to deliver the community hub in the most sustainable location, which is where the existing facilities are.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Asprey. Okay, I'll move on to number 2. I just want to clarify for everybody a number of modifications that have been proposed and to see whether there are any strong feelings about them before moving on to the site-specific matters. A modification is required to paragraph 5.104 just to correctly identify that the plan makes 11 allocations rather than 12, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Can I just clarify the position, actually, from the council?
Yep. Because there's an extra one.
Yes. So,
Okay.
well, the council had proposed a modification to correct the reference to the number of residential allocations, but the correction may now not be necessary.
Yep.
In light of the proposed housing allocation at Chigwell School.
Okay.
So that's detailed in homework note 7, which is ED 58.
Okay.
Do you want me to explain
No,
further?
no, I think if we come on to that under the site-specific matters, that'd be helpful. Thank you. And also modifications proposed to Part C to require contributions towards primary school expansion, secondary school places, and improved pedestrian and cycle links. Now, just to clarify, this was discussed in general terms. It's proposed to add those requirements to all of the place policies to flag up that contributions might be required towards those facilities, but at the same time the council has agreed to modify the text concerning infrastructure provision to ensure that there is some flexibility over that on a case-by-case basis and at the time of any application in order to make sure that the requirement of contributions meets the tests in the SIL regulations. So is anyone concerned about that given that context? Okay, thank you. And similarly, a modification to require allocated sites to contribute to access management and monitoring of visitors to the Epping Forest SAC. If I could just ask Mr. Coleman to explain the need for that.
Certainly, Madam.
Thank
The
you.
additional requirement is justified by the latest Habitats Regulation Assessment, which is EB 209, which identifies the need for mitigation measures against the potential impacts on Epping Forest Special Area of Conservation. The published interim mitigation strategy for the forest, which as you know is EB 134, sets out interim mitigation measures required to address potential impacts from recreational pressure, including contribution from new developments towards access management and monitoring of visitors to the forest. Council's Matter 15 statement, paragraph 422 on page 171, outlines a proposed amendment to policy P12 to provide further clarification with regard to the Epping Forest Special Area of Conservation and the Zone of Influence. For consistency, the Council proposes that the same wording should be included for Chigwell, and an additional paragraph, therefore, after paragraph 5.110. This is set out as Amendment 2 in the amendment sheet we've circulated.
Thank you. Again, any particular concerns about that? Okay. As I say, I want to move on to the site-specific matters, but did anyone want to raise any more sort of general matters applicable to the whole sort of settlement before we move on to the site-specific issues? Ms. Jeffcoat.
There's one issue that we have looked at as residents in the local plan, and that is under point 5102. So actually, no, 5103, discussing the various expansion options, spatial options to accommodate new homes in Chigwell. The expansion of the settlement to the northeast has been described in here is the least harmful to Greenbelt. And it's something that residents not only disagree with, but also really can't establish where it's come from. It seems to have come from an error. If we look at the sustainability appraisal for December 2017, which describes the different areas and the possible intensification options, it describes the northeastern expansion and specifically the loss of the area of parcel 35.8 as having a moderate summary of harm to the Greenbelt, as and it states it takes this claim from the Greenbelt Review, Stage 2, 2018. However, when one actually looks at the Greenbelt Review 2018 and looks at the assessment of harm for parcel 35.8, then that signifies that the resultant harm of loss of that parcel 35.8 would be very high. So to see it described both in the sustainability statement as moderate and then carried forward into what appears to be carried forward into guidance in the local plan as saying that is the least harmful is inaccurate.
And do you have any sort of concerns about what that's led to in the plan? Any proposals in the plan that you're uncomfortable with?
What it has led to already is the release of part of that parcel in Greenbelt for an enabling development at Chigwell School, at Chigwell Primary School. That site, the school itself, within that Greenbelt parcel adjacent to the school was privately owned land. That was put forward as an enabling development. Planning was granted for 36 houses. It's since been elevated to 59 houses. Just before the first planning application was put in, whilst it's not a planning matter per se, that piece of land was sold for $120,000 to an offshore company. It has since been sold with planning permission, with the enabling planning permission, for $18 million to a new developer, yet no work has been carried out on the school. We are concerned that the planning was granted in the first place because it is an area of high impact. And also we are concerned that other developers that have an interest within that land, such as St Conga, are using the statement that the loss of that area is moderate within their proposals for their land to be included.
I'll ask the council to comment on that, please.
I think we've discussed at other hearing sessions how the council has used the Greenbelt Stage 2 evidence to inform the site selection process. We've previously discussed how, as part of the Greenbelt Stage 2 work, the council undertook some sensitivity testing to look at Purpose 3. And the conclusion of the sensitivity testing was that across the district, most places performed relatively similarly, and therefore the council made the decision to use the Greenbelt evidence in the site selection process based on Purpose 1, 2 and 4. My understanding is that the high harm that, sorry, I've forgotten the lady's name, Ms. Jeffcoat, apologies, was referring to includes the Purpose 3 score. But if you just include the Purpose 1, 2 and 4 score, then it is moderate harm for that parcel. I don't know whether it's worth at this point picking up on the proposed Amendment 2 in the schedule in relation to Chigwell School now at this point, and if so, I'll pass over to Mr. Coleman.
You can do if you think it's appropriate here, that's fine.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful in terms of the comments from Ms Jeffcoat. So this is amendment number 3 on the sheet. So the council has proposed or is proposing a modification, as we've said, and now realising the correction may not be necessary. This is because, as set out within the homework note 7, which is ED 58, an alteration 18 to Chigwell School. So planning permission was granted in 2015 and again in 2018 for refurbishment of the school building and for 59 residential dwellings as enabling development on land associated with the school. The proposals would constitute inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, for which very special circumstances, namely the refurbishment of the school, exist. The council maintains that this development would result in a significant anomaly in the Greenbelt, and the boundary should be altered to remove the land from the Greenbelt. However, as you've heard, development has not yet started on this site, and in the interest of ensuring that the provision of a refurbished or replacement school is delivered alongside the enabling residential development in accordance with the extant planning permission, and to avoid creating white land once the area is released from the Greenbelt, the council proposes to allocate this site for residential development together with the provision of a refurbished or replacement school facility. Thank you.
Are there any risks of doing that if the how certain are you that the development will come forward?
Yes, there is a current pre-application discussion going on with a new proposal along similar lines. So we're reasonably confident it will come forward. And the reason for setting it out in these terms is to ensure that it only comes forward with the enabling development.
So effectively that would be written in, presumably, to any requirements in Appendix 6 of the plan?
Absolutely.
Okay, comments on this proposal. If I start with Mr. Bell, we'll go around this way this time. Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mum. I actually just wanted to pick up just the earlier point, obviously in respect of the land northeast of Chigwell. As you'd heard, that was that covers land which is controlled by my client. It was just really just to reinforce what the council has said, in particular just highlighting it's paragraph 5.4 of the Greenbelt assessment that sets out that a more nuanced approach in terms of looking at purposes 1, 2 and 4 might provide a better tool for the council, and that when you consider that for the parcel in question, that it would only result in a moderate level of harm. In respect of the Chigwell school allocation, I suppose question, obviously we know that there is a planning permission in place. There's some uncertainty in terms of deliverability. I suppose the question though is if greenbelt boundaries are to be amended there, how that might potentially affect the consideration of my client's land, which is directly to the south, insofar as we would argue it would be a more favourable position, insofar as it would be contained by the urban edge on two sides.
Thank you. I agree with the council that if the development happens, then there would clearly be an anomaly. But this land performs a greenbelt purpose at the moment, and therefore it should only be released from the greenbelt at the time this enabling development has happened and taken place. Very special circumstances were required to justify its permission in 2015. Then very special circumstances were required again in 2018. We hear there's now further pre-app underway. I mean, there must be some considerable doubt as to whether or not it would happen. And the correct approach under national policy would be that very special circumstances need to be demonstrated. The harm will arise by having taken it out of the greenbelt at this point, and it would make it significantly easier for somebody to get a planning permission without delivering the enabling elements once it's out of the greenbelt. So, for example, if the council finds itself in the unfortunate position of not having a 5-year supply, whilst the site's in the greenbelt, we know that the Secretary of State has already said housing need alone is insufficient to outweigh greenbelt. Once the land is out of the greenbelt, an application on the grounds of 5-year supply would be much easier to win. Thank you. Sorry, I should probably conclude by saying I don't think that the site shouldn't be taken out of the greenbelt at all, and it shouldn't be allocated for residential either.
Thank you. Mr. Asprey.
Thank you, Ma'am. I absolutely concur with the previous remarks. I do add as well that we have had my clients have had extensive discussions with Reach 2 Trust, who operate the school in question, and the objector's omission site includes provision for a new 3-form entry school operated by the Reach 2 Trust. This has been made clear in representations made to the council, and that school would offer the opportunity to provide a brand new school facility, replacing the existing unsatisfactory one, which has limited opportunities for expansion because of the health and safety risks there. So just as a matter of clarification and information, this has consistently formed part of the objectors' omission site proposals for some time now, and that is as a result of direct discussions with the Reach 2 Trust to operate the school in question.
Thank you. Mr. Shah.
Very much in agreement with Mr. Campbell. Just at a high level, it doesn't feel right that this site is being presented at this late stage in the plan without any community involvement at all. So we've heard more about emission sites, and we've had more notice around emission sites than we have of this particular one. So just on that basis, it doesn't feel right to include this in the plan. In regards to that white space that might be created by the enabling development, I don't know the site, but potentially that could also contribute to open space, urban open space, which is identified as at a loss. So whether residential is the right thing to do over there or not, there hasn't been sufficient consultation to determine that. And just to point out that at the same time we're making an amendment to include primary schools as a development contribution requirement for P7. At the same time, if this were to go ahead, then it would be the specific developer of those residential sites that would be creating that primary school. So that in itself seems like an anomaly.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffcoat.
Really just to support much of what Mr. Shah and Mr. Campbell said, as far as the removing it from Greenbelt, I quite agree in that it weakens and increases the chances of it being inappropriately developed. I do take issue still with the resultant harm of the Greenbelt being defined within this area. This is a key area of Greenbelt in Chigwell. it's almost as if the council undertook a detailed stage 1 and stage 2 assessment of Greenbelt. The parcels are finely grained, particularly around Chigwell. They're very small parcels. The detail that has gone into there is significant. I really don't understand why, having done this assessment, and when purpose 3, which is to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, is a significant contribution from the Greenbelt, why it's ignored, it's been chosen to be ignored and suddenly described this as moderate. The whole purpose of this site is to prevent prevent encroachment. It has a strong boundary at the moment in the lines in terms of the road. The assessment describes the road Vicarage Lane as the strong boundary. Proposals from St Conga are looking at a development that has a new boundary and Green Lane, which is described once again in the assessment as a relatively weak definition. It seems that the decision, or the local plan saying that development to the northeast of Chigwell is the least damaging option, has not been properly assessed.
Thank you. Mr Homer.
Thank you. In the limited time I've had to glean what the parish council thinks about the proposal, it is very concerned for many of the same reasons in terms of the balance of risk. It was persuaded of the benefits of the original proposals in terms of making the very special circumstances case. It does appear that there is a much more significant risk of those benefits not being achieved if the main leverage that the local planning authority has over the developer is its Greenbelt status. There's also concern that a new application will seek to rewrite the Section 106 agreement, which also includes some important provisions. So, as a result, I think the parish council would not welcome this amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Could I ask the council to come back on the points that made by Mr Campbell, particularly in the first instance, please, and then we'll move on to the other sites. But that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I understand the points being made by Mr Campbell. Obviously, the overriding concern of the council is to seek to secure the principle that's been established through the planning permission and to secure the enabling development as it was required. So the site is already has planning permission. It's already technically a commitment within the plan. But understand the potential risks. Did you want to clarify?
Yes, just to clarify, while we're proposing to allocate it, we're not proposing to remove it from the Greenbelt. We're just saying that if an enabling development comes through, the allocation will support the very special circumstances case that would need to be made.
So you're not proposing to remove it?
No, we're proposing to allocate it, which it wasn't a previous allocation. We're not proposing to remove it from the Greenbelt.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I don't think then. So I don't understand what the risk is of creating white land. I'm not quite sure what all that relates to be honest.
It's as straightforward as this. The planning permission was granted for a form of development, residential development, and a school development. The residential development being the enabling development for the school development. Have a moment. What we're trying to achieve, despite what we may have written inconsistently in written form, and we'll amend that. What we're trying to achieve is to avoid a form of development coming forward that does not also retain the school. So in other words, we are seeking to avoid it being white land, so that a form of development that is inconsistent with the planning permission that has already been granted comes forward. If, for example, residential development came forward without a school proposal, we wouldn't have the level of protection that we have presently, it being in the Greenbelt. The present planning permission, the planning permission that exists presently, was granted permission because very special circumstances were demonstrated, because it's for the school development with the enabling development in the form of residential development. So the council doesn't support this site coming forward for residential development alone, and we would lose control, a degree of control over a Greenbelt site, if it was made, allocated and taken out of the Greenbelt.
Sorry, I think why can't it just be left? Why can't it just be left as it? Why can't it just be left as it is? I don't see how you lose any. If it's a site in the Greenbelt at the moment and it's only been granted planning permission because of the benefits associated with the school, presumably if a development comes forward for just housing on the same site, it's then a site in the Greenbelt and you refuse it. I think the way the confusion's arisen is, I think what everyone is concerned about is your wording here suggested it was going to be removed from the Greenbelt. If you don't intend to remove it from the Greenbelt, I don't quite see what the issue is of just leaving it as it is, because then you're not creating a... Well, you are still creating a Greenbelt anomaly, aren't you?
We certainly accept that it would be anomalous, and if anything, it's an anomalous approach to how we're dealing with anomalies. Thinking behind it being included as an allocation was to demonstrate that its deliverability. If it's not an allocated site, and if it's left alone, then the development that's proposed, the 59 houses, is in the 5-year housing trajectory. We are seeking to protect that site, both in terms of the Greenbelt and in terms of its deliverability in the trajectory. If you don't think that's necessary, we won't proceed with the allocation, but that's the thinking behind it.
Okay. A couple of quick points. I don't want to spend too much longer on this. It's something I need to give thought to. If we go around the table, but no more than who've got their boards up now, and then I'll give some thought to it. Mr. Bell.
Yeah, I think just a very quick point. I mean, as you pointed out, I mean, there is clearly a mechanism within national policy to enable this scheme to come forward, and if a council choose not to support it because very special circumstances aren't granted, then that's within their gift. In terms of it acting as an anomaly within the Greenbelt, well, that's obviously clearly something that could be considered if a development was built out. That could be considered as part of a review of a plan, whereby the council might need to undertake a further Greenbelt review and consider whether or not that parcel and any adjoining land would still fulfil the purposes of including land within the Greenbelt.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, Mr. Asprey.
Thank you. I think we're all agreed this is inappropriate development, and therefore it must follow that you cannot allocate land in the Greenbelt for inappropriate development. That would be entirely inconsistent with the National Planning Policy Framework. As has been said, the correct approach to take is that if there are very special circumstances, planning permission can be justified. And the thing with very special circumstances is they must exist at the time that you are granting that consent. In 18 months' time, when this application comes back before the council, those very special circumstances might not then exist. There may be a completely different set of circumstances at play. And probably less importantly, there's a few references to white land, which I have to say I didn't really understand, because white land is land, or used to be land, that once you'd moved the Greenbelt boundary and hadn't allocated it for something, it was white land, not land that was in the Greenbelt, because clearly that's green.
Thank you. Mr. Asprey.
Mr. Bell and Mr. Campbell have covered my points, ma'am.
Thank you. Perfect. Ms. Jeffcoat.
Yes, there's also pretty much covered mine, but what residents were concerned about was paragraph 17, particularly of Homework Note 7, where the council does say the boundary should be altered to remove the land from the greenbelt. So that was something that has raised red flags very quickly there. The concern that residents also have is the viability assessments that will be done in future. There is a new planning application. The existing planning application lapses in 12 months or so. No work has been done on the site. And there is the danger if it is removed from Greenbelt and the existing planning lapses and it's not in Greenbelt, then, and the viability is such that the land has since been sold for 18 million, it just totally throws out. There was enough difficulty, there were disagreements with, between Epping Forest's viability company, Kier, and even our own parish councillors, saying that they were saying too much was already being asked, and that was without these sort of figures for land values being thrown in. We're very concerned what the perceived value is going to do to the viability and what it delivers.
Thank you. Thank you. As I say, I'll give some thought to that, but I take all the points that you've raised. I'd like to move on now to the residential sites, and specifically, first of all, to the Limes Farm master plan area, so Chigwell R6.
Madam, apologies for interrupting.
Sorry, carry on.
I think there's another piece of the jigsaw that you probably need to be aware of that maybe wasn't clearly expressed from the outset. It may require you to see a plan to understand. If you have a copy of the local plan, it's on the map for Chigwell on page 150.
Yep.
Yeah. So the area we're talking about is the area to the northeast of Chigwell, adjacent to Vicarage Lane, to the northeast of Vicarage Lane. So it's an area which
it's opposite the district open land.
Yeah, it's opposite the district open land designation, just to the northeast of the district open land designation. So the boundary, essentially the boundary of the settlement has been amended through the local plan in order to reflect the planning permission. So the area, an area of developable land, if you like, has been created, reflecting the commitment created through the planning permission.
Whereabouts are you talking about? In here?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So that's why the council is struggling to reconcile this issue, because
So is that the outline of the site?
yes, is that correct?
Not in its entirety, but if you take the site with planning permission plus the existing built form, which is further north, that covers the entire of that white area.
If it would be helpful, we'll supply you a marked up plan showing the different land parcels and explaining the status of them, because that may help to explain the confusion.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I think if you prepare a note, it would be helpful. And then, and if the notes could include why, if you've shown a boundary change in the plan, you haven't proposed an allocation already, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the master plan areas. I know there's lots of people here who want to talk about that. So I think it would be helpful for me, first of all, if I'm going to come to the council first, and then we'll come to here. So I want to hear a little bit about the nature of the estate, and particularly the background to the decision to redevelop it. So what's driving this allocation? Is there a need for regeneration, a sort of broader community type aspiration or council aspiration for that, or does it come back to the sort of need to look at previously developed land options? And then just tell me a little bit more about what's envisaged and what the implications for existing residents are, including homeowners. Is it intended to sort of pull down existing buildings and redevelop them? Just tell me a little bit more about that and what the progress with the whole situation is, please. And then we'll hear a little bit about that, and then move on. In fact, I think given the number of people here, it'd be useful if we just hear everything that everybody wants to say all at once. So I've asked specifically, is there some conflict between the proposal for the site and the community aspirations emerging through the neighbourhood planning process, and also whether the proposal is supported by the findings of the open space study. I think if we hear about all of that, and anything you want to say about transport, obviously we might need to break it down, but it'd be easier, I think, if we just hear what everybody's got to say in one go as far as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I will give you some background addressing the questions you've just asked and the questions on the agenda. So by way of background, the Limes Farm estate was built in the late 1960s by the former Chigwell Urban District Council, and it was transferred to Epping Forest District Council in the early to mid 1970s. The estate was predominantly social housing inside the ring road, made up of Limes Avenue and Copperfield, with private housing built for sale on the outside of the ring road. The estate is one of the most deprived areas within the district and is amongst the 20% most deprived neighbourhoods in the country, according to the Indices of Multiple Deprivation 2015. The estate is located close to both Grange Hill and Hainault underground stations. A relatively small-scale improvement scheme was undertaken in the 1990s. That improvement scheme benefited from a £10 million investment, and it was undertaken in consultation with resident groups. The improvement scheme did not, however, address wider access issues or social issues on and around the estate. The site, in terms of the decision to redevelop the site was assessed as part of the Council's Strategic Land Availability Assessment in 2014 and has been identified as an opportunity site appropriate for housing development by the Council. Both the 2017 and 2018 site selection reports identified the site to be appropriate for housing development. I won't bombard you with reference numbers, but there is a reference number for the site selection report is EB805N, and the site reference is SR0577, and it's on page B852. So the site has been included, or was included in the draft local plan as one of 9 proposed housing allocations in Chigwell. I said that's in the draft local plan and has subsequently been retained for proposed allocation in the local plan submission version. In terms of the potential implications for existing residents, the Council recognises clearly that the regeneration of the estate will inevitably have some effects on existing residents. However, the development of the strategic master plan for the site, including the approach to phasing and transport considerations, will provide the opportunity to ensure that disruption is minimised. In terms of the proposed development compared to what is there now, according to the 2018 site selection report, there are currently approximately 778 dwellings at the Limes Farm estate. Initial work undertaken by the Council indicates that the site has a net capacity for approx 209 additional homes. In the draft local plan consultation in 2016, the Council proposed the allocation of 200 net additional new homes on the site during the plan period. However, following consideration of the representations received through the consultation, the Council subsequently reduced the allocation to 100 new homes in the local plan within this plan period, acknowledging that it might be difficult to deliver all the net additional dwellings in the plan period. This amendment took into account the sensitivity and complexity of the regeneration scheme and the need for comprehensive design and consultation. The Council also reviewed its assumptions in terms of delivery timescales, with the delivery of net additional homes planned to commence from 2028. This ensures that the plan takes a conservative and cautious approach to its delivery assumptions. In terms of progress, the Council is yet to commence the master planning process. This will not commence until after local plan adoption. In terms of potential conflict between the proposal for the site in the local plan and community aspirations emerging through the neighbourhood plan, the Council recognises the concerns held by residents over the proposed regeneration scheme and will work proactively with all parties to ensure that the successful delivery of the project, which presents a major opportunity for regeneration of one of the most deprived areas in the district. The approach to strategic master planning, which is set out in the strategic master planning briefing note, which we've referred to previously, sets out the requirements for extensive public engagement and consultation. Clearly that's just in terms of the planning process as well. There would need to be a full project plan from the wider council in terms of its role as promoter. The council takes very seriously the importance of the involvement of local people in the work going forward, particularly for the Limes Farm estate, where the council is the landowner and the promoter for the regeneration scheme. But for the master plan itself, the approach will be similar to the approach being adopted for other strategic master plans across the district. In terms of the relationship to the findings of the open space study, the relationship between the open space study and the Limes Farm allocation is explained in detail under paragraphs 259 and 260 of the Council's hearing statement on matter 15. They're on pages 109 and 110. In summary, the open space strategy has identified a quantitative deficit of amenity green space in Chigwell. That's identified for your reference. The document is EB 703, and it's the tables under Appendix 2, page 60 onwards. However, the report also recognises that the accessibility need for residents are well met within a close catchment area to the south of the allocations by a line of recreation grounds. These include Forest Road, Hainault, Fairlop Oak. Consequently, whilst there is likely to be a temporary reduction in amenity green space as part of the redevelopment of the estate, residents will still be able to access open space within the locality, including Claybury Park to the west, Fairlop Waters and Hainault Recreation Ground to the south, and Hainault Country Park to the east, which, whilst they're outside of the district boundary, they remain accessible to the local residents. Through the development of the master plan, the council will be looking to reconfigure the current open space within the Limes Farm estate to provide improvements to both its functionality and quality, which will benefit both existing and future residents. And the council has proposed main modifications under paragraph 261 of the hearing statement to clarify the council's position on the matter. In terms of the transport impacts of the proposed regeneration scheme, the proposed allocation of the site has been considered and included as part of the transport assessment work undertaken to support the local plan submission version. As you'll be aware, the transport assessment report published earlier this year in January is EB 503. Furthermore, any planning proposals that come forward in due course will need to be supported by a transport assessment in accordance with Policy T1 and a construction management statement in accordance with Policy DM21. Lastly, the Council is committed to working closely with residents and all delivery partners in order to minimise any negative impacts on existing residents and maximise the positive benefits that the regeneration scheme can deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Morrison.
Thank you very much. My job this afternoon is to express the concerns and queries of residents that we have gathered through conversation and via a public meeting. I think that the figure regarding the number of properties, homes expressed by Mr. Coleman refers to those within what you refer to as the ring road. In fact, any development will affect all of those homes in that area, out with or inside the ring road. So there are around 1,300 homes, in fact, in the Limes Farm area, a mixture of houses, flats, maisonettes, a mixture of tenanted and privately owned. And these homes are fairly tightly packed on a site accessed from Fencepiece Road by Limes Avenue. In other words, there is one single access point for all of the properties I have just mentioned. The congestion and frustration that road design causes, especially at peak periods, are inevitable. It may well be that when the development was designed, was planned, and I'm trying to be generous, I am, it may not sound that way, no other road layout could be envisaged, could be designed. But that's not an argument for making the situation worse, for making people's lives worse. Approximately 100 homes could result in fewer than 100 homes being added. It could also result in more than 100. That word approximately is a fairly vague one. I agree that a much smaller number could be absorbed with less pain. I don't want to appear unreasonable. Any addition to the existing number would have to bring concomitant improvements to road layout, including, obviously, access. Good practice, road layouts should provide as many routes through a development as practicable to spread traffic flow and to keep flows on individual access roads low. Well, we already have a problem. As for parking, and I have mentioned this previously, but that's because it gives me nightmares, and it is a nightmare. Vehicles on roundabouts, on pavements, at the moment, that's how it is at the moment. If we could park vehicles on top of one another, we would do it. But back to access. Best practice road layout would ensure at least 2 access points to the highway network, and we don't have that at the moment. It's not just best practice, but I would suggest it's rational, sensible, ordinary practice, and I'm sure that Mr. Youngman, who is alongside me, will add some informed detail to that point. Regeneration of the existing development is needed right now, not sometime in the future, not as some kind of theoretical notion. The existing services, including nearby GP practice, are struggling to cope, including the roads network. And I know I keep coming back to that, with inevitable negative impact on people's well-being and health. Which brings me to the need for an assessment of health, the impact on health. Now, this has been mentioned previously. It is quite important. I did a little homework before coming here today. A project by which we can generalize a development can directly affect population and human health, but also have impacts on many different environmental factors that can indirectly affect determinants of health. Identifying opportunities for enhancing health and well-being can also be a key outcome of the assessment process, and that's from Public Health England 2017. Health impact assessments can be done at any stage in the development process, but are best done at the earliest stage possible. They can tackle health inequalities, mapping the effect on different social groups, and preventing unintended consequences. Intersectoral collaboration is essential in both policy making and practice. Has Epping Forest District Council used health impact assessments? Is such practice deemed essential by experts? I know there are lots of experts in the room. Is that practice embedded in Epping Forest District Council's policy and procedure? And what results do we have of that work? This would also necessitate consideration of existing green space on Limes Farm. This space is essential to residents' health and well-being. People of all ages, especially now in this weather, and backgrounds, physical abilities can be seen using that area in all kinds of weather, at all times of years. Mr. Coleman referred to some of that and to what could happen during a new development. I hope that he is going to set aside a budget to equip people who already are struggling to make ends meet, maybe buy them suitable footwear, that kind of thing, or pay for transport to take them to other green spaces. The existing open green space is precious, is valued. The expression adequate open space is far too vague. I would agree with that. I am perplexed by the reference to establishing community aspirations in today's document. On a previous occasion, I realise this is repetitive. Sometimes I am. Quite often I am, in fact. I emphasised the inadequacy of community involvement, that is Limes Farm community involvement, in putting together the local plan. And I mentioned one or two things, raising eyebrows, including that residents on Limes Farm had been promised that there would be no development. No development. They were given this promise by a councillor. So I am at a loss to understand why it seems to be presented still with such certainty. There is no such certainty in the minds of local residents on Limes Farm.
Thank you. Before I move on to Mr. Youngman, I wonder if you could just clarify a couple of things for me. When you talk about the sort of people that you're representing, can I just check? You spoke about the sort of difference between the inner ring road, which is where the allocation site is proposed, and the sort of and the outer edge, and we heard about the differences between those two areas from Mr. Coleman at the beginning. Do you represent people on both sides of the ring road, if you like? And is there a difference between whether it's privately owned or social housing, or what, between the two sides? Is it a mix everywhere?
Private ownership tends to be more prevalent out with the ring road, but there exist properties within that ring road, the more tightly packed area, I suppose you could call it, private ownership of maisonettes, houses, all sorts of things. In other words, there is a mix, but there's a greater mix within the ring road than there is out with.
Okay.
And I hadn't heard this ring road expression before today, incidentally. Out with it tends to be almost all privately owned houses.
Okay. And you've mentioned obviously several problems that you see with the estate as it is at the moment in terms of parking problems and access problems. And so I suppose I want to understand how you think they might be resolved, if not through a development such as this that's proposed. And I guess I'm just trying to get to the bottom of whether you have concerns about the construction phase and whether your concerns relate to making sure that any development addresses all of the problems that you've raised, and whether any additional housing can be accommodated without exacerbating those and without losing green space, or whether it's a sort of fundamental objection, if you like, to any change at all.
Definitely not a fundamental objection to any change. And I think that I and quite a number of other residents are optimistic. We hope that any change will bring improvements. It won't make the existing situation worse. It will not exacerbate the existing parking problems, access problems. I mentioned the one access road, which is clearly inadequate at the moment. So one of the concerns, of course, and the question asked is, how will that situation be improved by the addition of further properties, further homes, additional homes? We would like a bit more detail. I suppose and I know that at this stage the council could well say, well, that detail will come later. But
so to put it down, to look at something more concrete, I mean, what you do have before you is the requirements that a master plan must comply with in the local plan itself on page 149. And I wonder whether you have any, so if this allocation, following discussion around the table and all my other considerations that I will need to make, if this allocation were to remain in the plan, you seem to suggest that there's not a fundamental objection to the allocation remaining in the plan, but it would be a concern that if it did, that everything should be, you want everything to work out nicely, essentially. Do you have any specific concerns about what's written such as that couldn't be achieved?
That's a very good question. The need for regeneration has been expressed, including today by the council representatives, the officers. People who live on Limes Farm probably are not as convinced as the council representatives are here today that that will actually happen. I suppose that's really put very, very, very simply. And they know about the existing problems, the access problems. As I said, Mr. Youngman will talk more knowledgeably about that particular issue, but it is a huge issue. The green space is obviously another, but at the moment it looks to us as if the access road, the layout, etc., is almost intractable. So we would like to know how the council is going to resolve that.
Thank you. Mr. Youngman.
Okay. Thank you, Mum, for letting me speak today, have time to put some of my points across. Like I say, I'm here representing myself as a resident and my family and many of my neighbours. I'm not here representing one of my employers, past or present, must make that clear. I have over 27 years experience of working as a civil engineer and most of that time in highways and transportation, and more recently as a DM engineer. I've been registered as a fellow of the Institute Highway Engineer. I'm an active member of the Institute for 22 years. And I'm here today trying to evidence a strong objection that this site is deliverable. I think it's unsound to allow over 100 homes on this site. And many of the residents were, I suppose, partly upset that our green space was designated as brownfield, and many of us use this. We're both dog walkers. I've brought up over 10 guide dogs that are around the country by walking around our green space. It is a valuable resource. I'd also make the point, before I get onto my highway matters, that to support many of the people that were there on day one, that many more of my neighbours and residents would be here today if the consultation was better done, if I can say that. You know, to issue the last revision of the plan and then shut the offices for 10 days over Christmas and with no access to Appendix B, I don't think that was wise. It hasn't given many of us access or time to prepare our representations. So we weren't aware of the new sites and many of the changes, substantive material changes that have been made in recent times. It feels like the Reg 19 consultation has been rushed, and to quote others, to avoid a risk of additional housing allocation. So moving on to my highway matters, in trying to, you know, if I wouldn't be here if the district was just proposing to knock down some flats and rebuild it, I wouldn't be here. My objection is about growth, unsustained growth on this site, because it has one point of access that's shared for vehicles, cyclists, taxis, some of the sustainable modes, as well as the vehicular trips. And to clarify the numbers, it's not 900 and something for one point of access. My surveys in my Appendix A to my statement clearly show it's 1,362 dwellings currently on the development.
So that's including the dwellings outside of the
Everything
allocation.
from one point of access onto Fence Piece Road, which is the A123.
I've been there. So I have
Good.
seen it. So I've driven around, I think, what's called the Ring Road several times, to the point where people were starting to look at me strangely. So I've been there. I know what you mean about the access.
Okay, so you may recall when you enter the site and you come to the first mini roundabout and then you drive straight on, you can see that the original intention was for the road to carry on and link to Manor Road. Originally, in the 1960s, when it was being built, it was, you could see the road, the concrete road was going to be built and joined with Manor Road. That was undeliverable, and I suspect it's as undeliverable now as it was then. So if 2 points of access are not possible, certainly the evidence doesn't show that it's possible. I don't think things have changed since the 60s. I believe there's covenants, Lord Stradbroke's covenant, that bans access onto Manor Road. So unless that covenant can be unlocked, then you know, that can't be provided. So what I'm saying is that 1,362 existing units plus over 100, you know, it doesn't say up to 100. In the local plan, it does say over 100 for the master planning. So that's a risk. That could be 200 in reality, as we all know. Most developers come forward with more houses than what the local plan says. And I'm suggesting that will have a severe impact, not only on much of our infrastructure, whether it be GP, certainly the green space. I'm not an expert on green space, but there's certainly a deficit, as someone mentioned earlier in EB 703. There's a green space deficit, not only in in Chigwell, but if you read the Redbridge plan, local plan, they have a deficit in the area, and they do rely on our green space as well. They can walk through the link near Hainault Station to our green space. And to say that we can go to Claybury Park or Fairlock Waters, that's encouraging vehicle-based trips, because it's not an easy walk. I'd like to see, I suppose I challenge the district to come up with the distances, because I walk it occasionally. It's not something you'd want to do every day. So yeah, getting back to the traffic points. So in terms of policy, Essex currently has general policy DM1 and policy DM2, policy DM3, policy DM5 that refer to the use or what is allowed in development terms onto main distributor roads like Manor Road and secondary distributor roads. Sorry, I got that the wrong way around. Fencepiece Road as a main distributor and Manor Road as a secondary distributor. So there are restrictions within Essex's own policies on what they will allow onto their more strategic routes. I'd also refer to Manual for Streets, or the document that preceded Manual for Streets, Design Bulletin 32, which I'm sure you're aware of, which says that an access road of 5.5 metres wide could only serve up to 300 dwellings. Okay. I would also refer to the Essex Design Guide, which I believe is one of the documents submitted. And on page 119 and 120 of that guidance, it does demand that up to 700 dwellings are served from a single point of access. So we can clearly see that 1,462 or above is well above the 700 dwellings that Essex's own design guide prescribes. Okay, moving on to the safety of Fencepiece Road, our single point of access currently. It currently has a traffic flow.
Just to, I don't mean to cut you off, and you can make any other points you see fit, but just to try and sort of draw to the nub of what you're concerned about. It seems obviously you're very concerned about this single point of access. Is that really what it comes down to? That if this development were to go ahead, you feel that there's a need for there to be another point of access and sufficient parking and what have you, and then if that could be achieved, and your view presumably is that that's not deliverable, that can't be achieved. Is that what it comes down to? We're needing another point of access to support it, sufficient parking, etc. Because then the reason for saying that is because obviously I've got to try and work out if this were to go ahead, can this go ahead? And if it does, then what needs to change? And so if we can sort of get to the nub of what the issues are, then maybe we can speak to that. We've got someone from Highways here, from Essex County Council, and perhaps we could just see if the council has anything to say around those issues. So I don't want to cut you off. I mean, this is your main opportunity to speak, but if you could sort of draw it to what you think needs to happen, and whether that's fundamentally that this can't happen in your view, or whether you think there are things that could be done to overcome the issues, then that's what I really need to hear about. I know what your concerns are, but my job, I guess, is to see whether they can be resolved.
So, in summary, I suppose, and I totally appreciate that the district does not have the sort of funding that a developer will have to do as much work up front. There's not enough work being done up front to be, putting this into a local plan on a wing and a prayer, and then say it'll all be sorted out in master planning. Because we all know, once it's a committed site, anybody in the local authority business has to try and make it work. I don't want to see this being committed as a site without enough work being done up front. And if it was being done under MPPF, the new one, we all know much more work would have to be done before it becomes a committed site. And we'd be looking at viability, etc. There's just, if I take you to, if I take you to the salient points, if we go to the most recent traffic assessment of January 19, EB 503, on page 8, If you look at figure 3.1, I will refer you to that. It shows the extent of the non-multimodal assessment models, and you can see that Limes Farm is actually off the map. There's no modelling been done in our area. There's no evidence that the 20-odd thousand vehicles on Fence Piece Road can take additional traffic. We already get massive queues in the morning trying to get off-site. You know, a lot of those people are workers. We don't all work in the city. Only 13% of us use the tube. So there's a lot of people queuing to get off in the morning. And also, when we get water, the water board digging up our main entry point up to that mini roundabout, it is chaos. Two-way signals there. Because let's face it, the main junction of the A123 with the B173 is only 130 metres from our access point. And that junction stacks back. We get queue back through that junction, which means that our ability to get out is not free-flowing. And it's also a black spot. That junction is already a black spot.
Thank you. If we leave it there for now, Mr Youngman, as I say, we'll go around and see what everybody else has got to say. We'll come specifically to County Council and the Council on those points. And then if you feel there's anything that I've prevented you from saying, then feel free to add them on. Mr Homer.
Thank you. I think the Parish Council's biggest concern with this proposal is its origins and its evolution and how that has weakened its credibility. The easiest thing for the Parish Council to have done was simply to object to the policy and that it's not needed. But I think, as you've heard from Kay, that I think there is a recognition that for all sorts of reasons, Limes shouldn't stay the way it is for the next 20 years, and that its issues need to be tackled. And so the Parish Council considered what it might be able to do to help bring that about, because what we have here at the moment, I think, is a case study of how not to plan for effective estate regeneration. These are the sorts of mistakes that have been made across the country over the last 30 years, and we don't seem to be learning the lessons of how to do this effectively. Now, we've set out in our statement to you how we think the policy could be improved rather than deleted. And essentially that takes two forms: to acknowledge that there are other parts of the country that are now successfully deploying neighbourhood plans to perform the function of a strategic master plan envisaged here, and that the particular criteria in the allocation policy need to be modified to give the master plan a greater chance of success than it has right now. The criteria, some of them are too crude, too prescriptive, too presumptive about what the regeneration scenario should be. And there's no need for that to be done, as already been mentioned. There simply isn't the evidence, and there won't be for some time to be able to give anybody confidence that 100 is the right number. The work that has been done so far in terms of site selection process has treated Limes just like any greenfield site. There's barely any recognition that in terms of the provisions the District Council has made for strategic master planning, that the Limes is actually a developed area with people living in it, as opposed to greenfields on the edge of an existing settlement, and how that changes completely the dynamic for planning for a community. So unless you've got specific questions on any issues that we've raised in the statement, I'll leave it at that.
Mr Shah.
Thanks. Yeah, just a few quick points. So there's been a heavy reliance on the site selection methodology, but we've seen already from the hearing and statements for Matter 5 that that's a highly contentious methodology with inconsistencies within it. And one of the key features of the selection methodology for Limes Farm was that it just didn't account in any way whatsoever for local residents' objections. I agree with the previous speakers in terms of open space being critical for people's well-being, whereas the council's current focus assumes a level of mobility for local residents, particularly those in social housing, that they just may not have, given the levels of deprivation that exist in that area. And then countering that, there are so many alternative sites, emission sites, that don't have that strong local objection to it, and that don't have such a strong impact on those in our community that have these high levels of deprivation. So effectively the nub of my point is that we don't need the loss of open space here. Thanks.
Okay, Ms Jeffcoat, and then I want to get on to the gentlemen who've been waiting around there. Thank you.
Chigwell Residents Association support and understand and welcome that improvements and work needs to be done at Limes Farm. We share, all residents share the concerns of loss of green space there, and can't see how the council can develop necessarily without loss of green space. So we are back to the lack of planning there as well, and of course we're all aware of the traffic issues. We are, however, cautious as residents that we support the local plan overall. We support the numbers that it is allocated to us. We welcome the local plan. We understand it has problems, and we want to see more work from the council to satisfy our concerns with regard to the loss of green space, traffic issues, etc., within the regeneration. The reference that other excluded sites may contribute instead seems slightly... the problem that we have in Chigwell, we see it again and again in developments, it happened again at the school, is there is no affordable housing allocated within these sites. Developers make contributions, they don't actually provide the land. And this will happen again and again and again. We will see it at all of these sites. They all want to make cash contributions.
Sorry, I don't want to get too far off the specific site we're talking about at the moment, if that's okay. So, Mr. Asprey, please, and keep it about the site in question, please.
Well, Ma'am, I think the aspirations of the council and the community for Limes Farm are laudable. The problem is that it's not conducive to being an allocation in a local plan, and that's because of the U word, all the uncertainty. So it's perfectly appropriate that the council pursues the regeneration of Limes Farm in conjunction with the community. But the level of uncertainty is demonstrated by the fact of how readily the council flipped from an initial allocation of 200 to 100. And this suggests to me a complete lack of any planning in any sense of an anticipation. We've heard about the particular problems. So our submission would be, fine, pursue the regeneration of Limes Farm, don't do it as a local plan allocation, treat any additional housing that comes out of that process, and it will be a long process, and a process that essentially must involve the community, but treat any housing that comes out of that process as a windfall. It's additional, it's not going to do any harm to interests of acknowledged importance if it's properly done, so there's no problem with it being a windfall, and we're in an authority where we know it is challenged by the provision of housing, the need to provide housing. So our submission is this should be taken out as an allocation, and if it happens in the plan period, at whatever level it happens, that level should be treated as a windfall.
Okay,
and that's the appropriate way to pursue it now.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. You've heard a lot about loss of open space, so I won't talk about that, but my concern more is that actually if I brought forward an application somewhere else in Chigwell, I'll be required to provide new additional open space. So not only are you losing open space, you're not getting that extra open space that you should be getting. So just to give that a bit of context, policy DM6 deals with open space standards. It says that will be required in accordance with national standards. I've been doing planning for 30 years and there's never been a national standard for open space. But I assume that's some sort of reference to the Fields in Trust standard or something like that, the old 6 acre standard. But if we took that as a proxy, 6 acre standard, that would, for a development of 100 homes, would require 1.5 acres of open space rather than any loss. So you've got that as an issue. You've heard that open space, there's a deficit in the area, so existing open spaces are going to be under pressure already. I don't think that's addressed in terms of the short term either. You've been told that people can go and use these other open spaces in the area, but what assessment has been undertaken of the carrying capacity of those open spaces. So can Claybury Park's ecology handle more dog walkers, more people visiting it? The sports grounds that are in Hainault, they can only handle a certain number of sporting activities over a weekend. So, what assessment has been done about those sorts of impacts? But I suppose overall it comes back to, I think, Mr. Shah's point, which is about how has the council arrived at its sites and dismissed some and allocated others. And we've got a deficit here which will result in a greater shortfall. Our site, for example, returns the former landfill site to 11.5 acres of public open space. So you can make an enormous dent in the deficit within the area if there'd been a proper assessment of all of the sites that were in front of the council.
Thank you. Mr. Bell.
Thank you. Most of my points have been covered, particularly in just the latter two comments, so I'll be brief. Just to add, just in respect to the open space point in terms of the council's reference about there being neighbouring facilities in particular within neighbouring authorities. There was a point raised, I think, saying that Redbridge, which is where the playing pitches are, that they are suffering in terms of their open space provision. I just wanted to confirm that's set out within their own open space study dated 2016. That confirms that there is an under-provision of open space. But in any event, Table 3.2 of the Council's open space strategy sets out the walking guidelines for amenity green space. That is the type of open space that is to be lost at the Limes Farm, and these facilities would exceed that walking distance. Okay. The relevance of that then turns to what the national policy tests are, and that's paragraph 74, as I'm sure you know, which confirms that development, that open space should not be built on unless there is surplus to requirements, which clearly that is not the case, or the loss resulting from a proposed development will be replaced by equivalent or better provision. And again, we've heard that there is no certainty regarding the reprovision of that, so we consider it to be contrary to national policy for that reason. Then just turning to the actual modification that the council has proposed. To my mind, they've moved from this reference about adequate provision of open space to now this meaningful proportion. And I feel that that's a watering down of the policy, and the fundamental issue here is paragraph 154 of the NPPF. That states that only policies which provide a clear indication of how a decision maker should react to a proposed development should be included within a plan. I personally don't know how you react to a meaningful proportion of open space, and I would therefore suggest that it's contrary to that policy as well of the NPPF.
Okay, thank you. I just want to come back to some of the sort of bigger issues, if you like, the more fundamental issues that have been raised about whether it's actually necessary to have an allocation. I think that's something I want to just consider before. And again, I'm conscious of the fact that there are other sites we need to consider, but I want to try and deal with some of these biggest issues here. I think what we're hearing broadly around the table is that there would be support for regeneration of this site. The concerns are perhaps that not enough has been done, not enough evidence is there to support the sort of the precise terms of the allocation as they stand in the local plan at the moment. And so on that basis, is it necessary to have, could you pursue these regeneration ambitions, if you like, without an allocation in the plan? Why is the allocation necessary? And on the flip side, if we were to have no allocation in the local plan for people's consideration on this side of the table, is it likely that this would just fall away and it wouldn't be done at all? Because you do need to give some consideration to that element of it, and how long would it be until an allocation could be put in? So perhaps if the council could just think about that for a second, but I noticed the County Council has its board up. Can you help us with either the regeneration aspect or particularly the highways aspect? And I'd be particularly keen to hear whether there is anything you can say at the moment to give any confidence to Mr. Youngman that, because I recognise, I don't need anyone to read this out to me, it says improved vehicular access into the site, but I think what Mr. Youngman's looking for is something more detailed than that. Would improved access mean an extra access way? You know, how far along are we in being able to confirm that could happen?
Yes, I mean, really, at this stage, we wouldn't expect a detailed transport assessment to have been done. The issues that Mr Youngman and others raise would be addressed as part of the planning application process and following the master planning process itself. At the moment, there's no specific.
Sorry, but that then I think is pretty fundamental to what Mr Youngman's saying. He doesn't want to get to the point of having a planning application, not knowing whether it's remotely possible to achieve the sort of fundamental routes that he thinks are required. Now, if you could say you don't think that's required, then that's a different matter. But if it's just not known, then it's a bit of a problem.
I think at this stage, because I'm not familiar with the site, I can't give specific responses to that. Having looked at the Google Maps, it would seem that whilst there are other walking and accesses to the site, there's no immediately obvious other point that you could get vehicular access. But notwithstanding that, we would expect to work with promoters to improve as much as possible to get a better access. But we also need to encourage sustainable and active travel. So it's a balance between that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr Cook.
My point really was more about the question of the allocation and the nature of this actual site and development and how it's being treated in the local plan. I was quite interested to hear consideration of this, and in a way it relates back to the comments that the County Council made on the Chigwell neighbourhood plan, because one of their comments was that clearly it was part of the neighbourhood plan's development strategy prescribing a particular number of homes that it was relying on to deliver, and the County Council raised the soundness of that approach for a number of reasons. There's the inherent uncertainties, the fact that sufficient analysis and work hasn't yet been done to identify an appropriate housing number based on what the objectives haven't yet been identified, the analysis hasn't yet been identified, the capacity hasn't yet been identified. So, you know, it's a whole series of open questions there. So the County Council said that basically that the neighbourhood plan has some inherent failures on the basis that it might not meet its housing numbers, which is a fairly fundamental issue. In a way, that same matter, that same consideration applies for the local plan in my own view, and it strikes me that rather than treating this as a conventional allocation, we've heard a number of considerations around that. By its very nature, this clearly is a very exceptional, unusual set of circumstances. The regeneration objective is clear and obviously imperative, and I think that, you know, that without a doubt that applies, but there are so many things, so many bits of work yet to be done that probably this needs to be treated more like something of a special policy area. I've known sites in the past like that have got major regeneration challenges, also some opportunities, also some major requirements to actually bring about a comprehensive set of regeneration, knowing that that's going to be a long-term issue. And in those cases, those sorts of sites have been treated as special policy areas. I think that might be a way forward for the District Council in this case, rather than treating it as a conventional allocation. And the time that it's going to take to do that, the way that which that's going to be done, probably the local plan is more about setting the context for that to happen and potentially the timescales and the processes, rather than actually saying this will be the outcome or anything like that. I think that all that side of it is too open-ended at this point. So that would be my suggestion from a planning point of view, and in terms of trying to realise a solution that meets all its objectives, having gone through the stages of analysis and evidence and working with the local community.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Homer, I recognise you've put your board up, but I want to hear from the council now, and then I think we'll probably move on to the other allocations. I know there's a lot to say, and we could probably discuss it all afternoon, but I will hear from the council now, and then we'll probably have a short break and then move on. Mr. Coleman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. There are lots of points made around the table, and I'll try and address them as far as I possibly can. I think the first thing to say is slightly surprised by Mr. Cook's comments, because I think one of the key driving factors for the allocation in the plan is to give certainty to a future regeneration project, which is crucial for the area, as we've heard, and for the estate. So in my view, having the allocation in the plan provides that greater certainty, and that's the first we've heard from Essex County Council of those types of concerns, despite a very extensive plan-making process. So slightly concerned by that. But in terms of having the allocation in the plan, that will provide the basis for the future project, recognising that it's a very long-term project, and that there's extensive engagement, including further feasibility work, assessment technical work, which hasn't yet been done. I think we absolutely acknowledge that. But we do feel that sufficient work has been undertaken to underpin the inclusion of the scheme as an allocation in the plan, acknowledging it's to come late in the plan period. One of the key parts of the evidence base that underpins the allocation is the transport assessment report. Again, I'm slightly surprised by comments from my colleagues by Essex, because that assessment study has been developed with Essex County Council as Highways Authority and looks at the impact of growth across the district, including the proposed site allocation and the proposed quantum of development. What I would say is we have Simon Jones from Jacobs, the modelling team, attending next week for the transport session. So it'd be useful to get his inputs and understand how technically what assumptions have been taken and how the site has been looked at. Because certainly it has been factored into the modelling and the assessment work that's been undertaken. I'm just not best placed to talk in detail about that. In terms of some of the concerns raised around lack of detail, I think absolutely there is not detail at the moment. What's been undertaken is a high-level assessment to understand the likely capacity, and ARUP have worked through the site selection process with colleagues within the council as part of the housing team to understand what the aspirations might be and the type of scale of development that's likely to be required. And it's worth noting that the additional dwellings are partly required to facilitate the regeneration of the development, acknowledging that there will be displacement of residents and tenants during the works themselves. And in terms of the changing of the number throughout from the draft local plan to the submission plan, that wasn't the council suggesting that the overall quantum of development would change. It was purely acknowledging that it might not all come forward within the plan period. So there hasn't been a change in terms of the overall quantum of development. We heard about health impact assessment being crucial. I think we'd absolutely concur with that. Health impact assessment is a requirement of the plan in policy D2, part D of the plan. So that will be absolutely fundamental moving forward through master planning and subsequently planning applications when the time comes. I think that the last point I wanted to make is that actually by having this as an allocation in the plan and having the basis for a master plan set out in the local plan, that provides a starting point really for the project, acknowledging that there's a long way to go, but it provides a sound basis for all of the engagement and further work that's required to actually develop it into a more detailed project.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I will just take two very brief comments. I'd rather hear, unless it's very, very brief, Mr. Asprey, very brief, quickly.
We've just heard reference to inviting Jacobs to address the transport matters next week. The point I'd like to make, Mum, is if additional evidence is to be heard, we're not going to be at the session next week, and if additional evidence is to be heard, it should be provided to us in writing, and with the opportunity to comment on it, because we're all committed, and I'm not available certainly for the session next week, and therefore it's just a question of procedure, Mum, that it should be circulated to all participants.
Okay, I'm not going to ask any questions about that particular site next week. Okay, Mr. Youngman.
Thank you. Just want to cover 2 points that I missed. I am available next week if you wanted me to cover. But on air quality, if I did want to see what Redbridge said, as they're literally a couple hundred yards away from our access point. I couldn't find Redbridge as a response. Several of the neighbouring authority responses I couldn't find. I did a freedom of information on Epping and Redbridge, and I got absolutely nothing back. So I don't know how that fits with the need to work with neighbours. And really, if local government area reviews have gone differently, I think our community would have been in Redbridge. And if it had, we'd already be in an AQMA, because the whole borough of Redbridge is an AQMA, and therefore a lot of this extra traffic and dwellings wouldn't be allowed anyway. And my other point that I missed was that when I prepared my statement, I first looked at the technical note number 4, and the nearest mitigation, or the nearest mitigation being shown to our development was at the Wakes Arm roundabout, which somebody mentioned earlier. And when I looked at that, it sort of implied that the queue length was going to increase on my journey to work from 160 PCUs to 629 vehicles, which is obviously unacceptable. And obviously they knew that was unacceptable, so they had to do some further work. That's why that very late TA came in January. And there's some very optimistic assumptions being made in that. As an experienced DM engineer, you know, I apart from Gilston, where you're building a new town, maybe 50% modal share is you know, is a good target to have. On a development like us, where we've got so many constraints and current use, you'd think being near London, our sustainable mean use currently would be a lot higher. 1.4% of people use buses on our estate, 3% use trains, 0.6% use cycle, and 4.1 walk. That's the lowest area, the lowest district in Essex, and one of the lowest, in the eastern region. And therefore, if trying their best, that's the best they can achieve in modal share, trying to set the target of 50% for our development, I think, is unreasonable or unachievable. And I'd challenge the authority, I suppose, to show the evidence of where it's been done in the country, because I'm not aware of it. If we look at some of Essex's best shining examples of modal share, Stansted Airport, best airport in Britain, achieving about just over 30% modal share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so last opportunity for the council, and then we're going to move on. I said we would have a break. Do people feel the need for a break, or you do? You want to carry on until 4 o'clock? No, you need for a break. Okay, fair enough. Right. Any last points? What you've heard? Okay, so we'll come back at 5 to 4, please. Okay, so we're going to move on to site R4 now, between Froghall Lane and the railway. And as I can see on the agenda, I only have one question there, was this site assessed in the site selection report? I think Nexus Planning suggested that it wasn't. All right, do you want to just explain your concerns, Mr. Bell, and then we can ask the council to respond?
Yes, absolutely, ma'am. I think it's very brief, really, and as you've exactly set out within the agenda. In our matter statement, we've just highlighted that we've reviewed the site selection report in terms of the various stages of it, and we couldn't find reference to the site within there. So it was a simple question to the council.
Thank you. Council.
Thank you, Madam. The answer is yes, the site was assessed through the site selection process. The site was also promoted through the Draft Neighbourhood Plan Regulation 14 consultation document as an allocation in the Greenbelt for C2 assisted living housing scheme, comprising approximately 105 units. Essentially, in order to facilitate the delivery of specialist housing in accordance with the neighbourhood plan aspirations, the council has included the site in the local plan to enable that development to come forward. Sorry, one other point. There is a live planning application on the site at present, which is awaiting determination.
I thought maybe you, in light of the suggestion that it was difficult to find it or it couldn't be found in the site selection report, you might offer a little bit more detail as to where we might find it.
I can do. The site reference number is SR 0317N. 17N. And the document is EB 805AJ, and that's where it's referenced at stage 6.1B, page B127.
Is there any concern that it hasn't been assessed in the same manner as all of the others? I'm just trying to work out why Mr. Bell's concerned, why he couldn't find it. He's obviously found everything else. Is it just that he hasn't found it, or I haven't looked, to be honest. I have to as yet, but I will of course look. Is there a reason that Mr. Bell is concerned, or is it just he's made a mistake?
I think the site was essentially evaluated and discounted from the site selection process at stage 6.1B. So it hasn't been followed all the way through all the various stages, which is why he may be having difficulty finding it in all of the documentation. So it is in the site selection work. It has been assessed, and the documents do show how the site has been assessed and how it's been evaluated and assessed through the process. But because it hasn't gone through all of the various stages in the same way as every other site, it's not included in every stage, therefore not included in every document. So the council's taken a view that despite of that, the site should be allocated for the reasons I've set out in terms of providing specialist housing and according with the aspirations in the emerging, what was the emerging neighbourhood plan at the time.
Mr. Bell.
Well, that hopefully, I suppose it at least explains why I was getting slightly confused. I mean, I suppose our point is that the council obviously have a very detailed and meticulous site selection process that they've gone through. At Matter 5, we had that site selection diagram, and obviously it went through the sort of stages in the flow chart in terms of how the sites were assessed. Clearly, it's been discounted at an early stage, which explains why I couldn't find it in any of the latter stages of the assessment process. I suppose it's a bit strange in terms of how that site's obviously then just had an exceptional sort of decision made on it to why it should not follow the correct process and to be allocated. And I think at the moment we don't have the necessary evidence before us to particularly demonstrate the exceptional circumstances to support release of that site.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, yes, I was rather taken aback by the fact that the site has been discounted and then it's come back in. So the questions must be about, well, having decided that that site should come back in, what other sites was that then considered against in terms of impact on the green belt? Got to arrive at a view that there are exceptional circumstances to release that site, and if other sites haven't also been looked at, how can you know that that is the right site to release for that use?
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Coleman. I think we need a little bit more, I think, on what's... So the site, if you can just explain, so the site was reflected in the report, it was discounted. If you can say, why was it discounted? And then by what means was it brought back in, and what assessment has been sort of missed out as a result of treating it in this sort of different way?
I will pass to my colleague, Miss Salisbury, about the site selection work. But before I do, sorry, Chloe, just before I do, what essentially happened is that the site was discounted through the site selection process undertaken by Arup, but the council, as I said, has taken a view, partially because of the emerging neighbourhood plan, but also the provision of supported housing units on that scheme. So it is an exceptional circumstance, if you like, in terms of the way the site has been allocated. But I'll let Ms Salisbury explain why and how the site was assessed through the process.
Okay, but essentially, so in your view, so we'll hear about the site selection process, but a planning judgment by the council has been made for other reasons, and those are to reflect the emerging neighbourhood plan,
community aspirations of the neighbourhood plan, but also the supported housing coming forward on that site.
Just 1 second. Thank you.
Madam, you may remember at the Matter 5 hearing session, we produced a diagram. The site in question went through the 2017 sites, which is the second tranche. And it went through the major policy constraint stage, which was things like sites being wholly located in flood zone 3B, etc. And then it went through to what was called the SIFT, I think, against the local plan strategy. And this took the strategic options that had been previously identified at stage 3 and sifted out or checked sites to see whether they were located within less suitable strategic options. And if that was the case, discount them. And that's the stage that CHIG R4 was discounted from the site selection work. And the references that Mr. Coleman gave you earlier are to that, the appendix for that stage.
Is there some, as we've heard in relation to some of the other sites, is there some appendix, some sort of overall write-up that explains the council's reasons for bringing that back in?
Not explicitly, no, Madam.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you. Well, first point being obviously clearly there is a lack of evidence at the moment to justify the allocation. It seems that the council have effectively looked at this site in isolation, so at the moment it appears it hasn't been considered against any reasonable alternatives. And then my third point is that we heard what stage this site got to in the council site selection process. My client site got to the penultimate stage in the site selection process, so I either won just before allocation, so it got through to a further stage in the site selection process, but yet hadn't been considered as a potential option to meet this need.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Last point, Mr. Campbell. I'll just make sure there's nobody else.
Well, very briefly, I'm sure you've got this point, but I mean, the council said there isn't any explicit explanation. Paragraph 82 of the MPPF requires there to be exceptional circumstances to justify the review of greenbelt boundaries, so that must have to be in writing and set out explicitly in order to justify what those exceptional circumstances are.
Thank you. Anybody else here on the merits of R4, aside from the process by which it was allocated? Anyone concerned about the merits of that allocation? Mr. Homer.
I suppose just for the record, it was a site that the parish council had considered and assessed through its sustainability appraisal at the time that the pre-submission version of the neighbourhood plan was prepared. Without going into that backstory, the site did assess well against the sustainability criteria, but it was acknowledged that it could not be then in the gift of a neighbourhood plan to set out the exceptional circumstances at that time. With the 2012 MPPF, it was only a local plan that could do that job, but there were reasons for that. It did go through a site assessment process, and the parish council did consider it to be suitable for its purpose.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to R5. Actually, before we leave R4, because we can deal with one of the last questions on the agenda at the same time, because I've asked for a consideration of the contribution made by R4 and R5 when we come on to it, to the purposes of the green belt, in light of the exceptional circumstances necessary to justify it. So perhaps it would be useful to consider that now. I think the council said that its study shows that R4 makes a strong contribution to purposes 1 and 2, although no contribution to 4. So perhaps in light of Mr. Campbell's comments particularly, we could deal with that now.
Thank you, Madam. So site R4 essentially constitutes previously developed land. No. Sorry, no. Bear with me a minute. Apologies, my mix-up.
No problem.
Site R4, there are exceptional circumstances requiring release from the green belt linked to the local community aspirations, as I've said, and the supported housing provision. The site is also a small element of a larger parcel that was assessed through the green belt assessment work. I can give you the references for the green belt assessment if no. And R5 is previously developed land. In order to regularise the position where development has previously taken place and to support the redevelopment of the site, whilst ensuring the integrity of the green belt is retained, the council considers it appropriate to release the site from the green belt.
Okay.
Perhaps I could just add to that. I think we've taken a more strategic view about meeting the exceptional circumstances rather than a site-by-site view about meeting exceptional circumstances. And whilst we've considered and evaluated sites against each other, that's only part of the overall view that's been taken about how we should meet the exceptional circumstances. If you look at the Green Belt and Open Land paper, I think it's set out there.
Section 3.
Section 3.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Sorry, Ma'am, but the High Court has come to a view on this, that the exceptional circumstances has to operate at 2 levels. There's the general level, and then you have to consider it at a site level also. So if the council is accepting that it hasn't done that, then its plan must fail and be unsound.
That is not what we are saying. We are saying that we, as we say in our evidence base, that there are strategic level or district-wide level exceptional circumstances justifying all of the alterations to the Greenbelt, and there are, in addition to those, area-specific or site-specific or settlement-specific, however you want to put it, considerations that are also relevant to the exceptional circumstances.
Thank you. Okay, we'll leave that there for now. We'll move on to R5. If there's anything in relation to the Greenbelt that anyone wants to say in relation to R5, then they can do so. We've heard from the council on that. So R5 is Chigwell Nurseries. Mr. Clues is here in relation to Chigwell Nurseries. Okay, and so perhaps if we start, I think, with Mr. Clues, if you can explain your concerns broadly in relation to the issues that I've identified there on the agenda. So it's the rationale for the site boundary, whether the garden centre has been artificially divided, and what are the implications for the unallocated area. There's also then a question of whether the indicative density is shown correctly in Appendix 6. And are the requirements of Appendix 6 justified in respect of contributions towards SAC mitigation and third-party access rights? And can defensible greenbelt boundaries be provided? So if we hear from Mr. Clues and your concerns around those areas and anything else before we turn back to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Our overall point is relatively straightforward, that we're seeking an amendment to Chigwell R5 to match our Appendix 5 in our hearing statement, which essentially enlarges the area of land allocated. But we are also seeking, for other reasons covered in other hearing statements and other hearing sessions, that area is allocated for a highly specialised C2 care home use in the increased area, and also potentially public open space if that was seen to be appropriate. Our issues that are raised here, and actually I appreciate you have essentially itemised all our main concerns in the questions. It might be useful to have EFDC's reply in some respects, but our view is clearly that the site has been artificially divided down a track which is used to move goods around the garden centre site. The council has clearly agreed that the garden centre itself is previously developed land. We are unclear as to why the remainder of the site has not been considered to be part and parcel of that entire garden centre. Our hearing statement on page 8 gives a clear indication of what we consider to be previously developed land. And we have a letter from Mr. Coleman, which I do appreciate. Actually, the council has discussed this with us up until these hearing sessions, following our submissions in January 2018. So we do have a response from them, but we simply disagree with the analysis that has been made about what is previously developed land, what is the garden centre, and what this dividing line actually relates to. And if you have been to the site, then you'll understand what we mean by that.
I've been. I was going to ask you because I have been to the site, but it was closed when I went, and so I couldn't actually get in. And I don't know whether it's necessary for me to. I'm quite happy to go back. Whether I actually need to get in order to be able to see the track, because it was shut when I went. So
it's we feel it's probably fairly clear from the aerial photographs, but we also do have 2 landscape visual impact assessments which have been submitted as part of these hearings. One is from PRP Architects, the other is from Lockhart Garrett, and both have concluded that there is no justification for really dividing up the site in the way
what is just physically what is along that line?
It's a compacted track, which if you like, there's a predominantly retail area on the western side of the site, and on the eastern side it's a diamond shape, so it's not really eastern, it's northeast. eastern side is a car park, it's an agriculturally tied dwelling, and then towards the rear there's some very significant storage buildings which are used to store all the produce before it is then moved around generally between the retail floor area and the storage areas. A lot of it is open air storage now, and you can see that from the aerial photos. I say from Appendix 4 of our hearing statement for this session, shows that relatively clearly.
And is it so there's no sort of physical tall barrier of any kind?
No, there's a tree line actually running perpendicular to the track at one point, but it's about halfway up.
Okay.
Halfway up the site.
So the use of the unallocated part, is that sort of fundamentally linked to the use of the allocated part?
Yes, it is, and that comes onto your other matter that you raised about what would be the implications of not including that part of the site. In essence, they would go into disrepair. They would not be able to function separately from the rest of the garden centre site that has been allocated, and that's obviously a particular concern to us on visual and landscape grounds, but of course health and safety grounds as well. And having that part of the site, there'd be no incentive to do anything with it after the housing allocation had come forward. In addition to this, I probably should add we have got a live planning application running at the moment for a care home, exactly as submitted to these sessions, and we have had comments back from the landscape officer at the council saying there's no objections to what we're proposing there. So this visual and landscape impact issue, which is, we believe, the main reason for not including it, we think has been sort of addressed through a number of avenues now. And in fairness, we would like to see some movement from the council on this matter. We think we have a far superior proposal for the site, for its management in the longer term, particularly once the housing section comes forward, and the remainder of the site is simply left to disrepair. I would add that our LVIE studies do show that there would be a benefit to the Greenbelt as a result of what we are now proposing, because a lot of that development is to the north of the site, and by delivering care home or anything really on the southern part of the site and clearing the northern part will clearly be beneficial to the purposes of the Greenbelt to the north. On another note, I should say the community is aware of these proposals. We've discussed it a number of occasions. The neighbourhood plan, prior to its most recent version, did allocate the entire site for, I think, also 65 dwellings actually, but it was the larger allocation. We obviously supported and agreed with that. The planning application so far has had 20 letters of support and only one objection, so there is a degree of support locally for this as well. One of the reasons we were concerned by it being excluded is that the vision for Chigwell on page 147 of the local plan also says that there will be a focus on brownfield land and sustainable greenbelt releases. So even if we didn't feel that this was necessary, the council's view is it doesn't fulfil the PDL case, which we obviously disagree with, it is still a more sustainable greenfield site, and there are built forms on that site which could be put to better use, particularly following the redevelopment of the main retail area. And we feel that has been overlooked in the site selection report, which we've made the point in other hearing sessions as well.
Thank you. Ms. Jeffcoat.
This is a very large site. The whole nursery site, forgive me, I'm not totally up, but I believe it's around 13 acres, and we're looking at the moment at around 4 acres that has been allocated to the plan. There is a large area of greenfield there that was in the neighbourhood plan suggested to be included, but is not currently included in the local plan. The area that the care home is proposed to go on only covers a very small percentage of the rest of the site. There is a large area after that that is still green belt, and it has not been anticipated would be built on in the local plan, but was included in the neighbourhood plan for some, which of course has long since gone. The residents' concern is development in that area. We're looking at 65 dwellings at the moment, which, so long as we get a good affordable proportion in there and it's balanced and what residents want, then that's fine. The care home is a significant size at about 7,000 square metres.
The footprint of the entire development is 7,000 square metres.
Yeah.
That's the car parks, everything.
But the building itself is also, it's a 3-storey building with a...
Varies across.
the footprint, including, but the actual volume of the building, the square footage of the building is also well over 7,000. It's a large building. And we are very concerned that Scott Properties are looking to get the entire site released from Greenbelt, not just the areas that they're proposing to build on with the 65 houses and the care home.
Thank you. Let's come to the council then, please.
Thank you, Madam. I'm going to just give a sort of overview and introduction. I'm going to pass to Ms Salisbury to explain how the site has been assessed and why. Mr Clues rightly said that we've been in dialogue with him for quite some time over this issue, and we've sought to respond as far as possible to the position that the promoters have put forward to us. So we've invested a fair amount of time in seeking to reconcile the issue. I wrote to Mr Clues in December, as he referred to, and we can, I'm sure, provide a copy if that's going to be helpful for you, if he hasn't already provided a copy for you. And he's quite correct that there is a simple disagreement as to the definitions across the site in terms of what's previously developed land and what's not. My email back sets out the position as clearly as possible from the council's point of view, confirming that the part of the site is considered previously developed land. That's the part of the site with car parking and hard standing. Legally, the remainder of the land remains in agricultural use on the basis that there is no extant planning permission for other uses. And as I said, it explains and elaborates further. I also feel that from the point of view of how this has been presented, I think it's important to recognise that clearly the local plan needs to allocate the right sites based on the strategy moving forward and the evidence that we have, not respond to a proposal that's coming forward. So clearly there is a proposal which is being considered, but I think it doesn't mean that the local plan needs to change the boundaries. We need to get the right site for the right reason. I'll pass to Ms Salisbury.
Thank you. I think it's worth noting that there are 4 sites that have been promoted to the council in and around the Chigwell Nursery site, and each of those have assessed as part of the site selection process. I'll just pop up and give you a map just to aid discussion, but for the benefit of everyone else, this is just page B233 of Appendix EB 805 FI, so it's a publicly available document. And so we're just looking around here. But as you can, I think in the print bundle we've done, we've also printed the site suitability proformas, just so you can see the individual sites. Again, for everyone else's benefit, they are on pages B258, B259, and B265 of EB 805 FI. And the site references are SR0045N, SR0478A, which is the area that Mr Clues is referring to, SR0478B, which is the allocation Chig R5, and SR0586. I think it's important to note that 2 of those sites have the boundary down the centre of the site, if we can call it that we're discussing. So clearly, at some point in time, the site promoters considered that to be a workable proposition that they wish the council to consider. Based on the assessments that have been undertaken through the site selection process, as Mr Common has said, the council has determined that all of SR 0478B is previously developed land. In relation to SR 0478A, we can provide more detail on this if helpful. But the remainder sort of balance of the site, I think, as Mr. Clues said, there's a large area of greenfield land, which is what Ms. Jeffcoat also referred to, and then within the area that they wish to include within the allocation, I think the council's confirmed that the car parking and hard standing in southern part does constitute previously developed land, but the other two areas, which comprise a dwelling house, which has a condition on it limiting it to agricultural worker accommodation, and the glass houses and barns are not considered to be previously developed land. The council has previously considered at the request or in discussion with Mr. Clues whether the additional small area of previously developed land to the east of Chig R5, so the car park, would have altered the conclusions of the site selection process. The council concluded that it would not, and on balance, SR 047AA would have been classified as a greenfield site, and then the conclusions drawn in the site selection report would remain unaltered, and the site would not have been recommended for allocation. Shall I touch on the greenbelt boundaries now, or do you want? Sorry.
I think that would be helpful, because that would perhaps be my next question. If the site with the allocation that you've got, and having heard the nature of that boundary, what are the proposals for that boundary would be helpful?
The council considers that it is possible to provide defensible greenbelt boundaries for Chig R5 in accordance with the requirements of national policy. And as we discussed yesterday, in particular, bullet 6 of paragraph 85 of the NPPF, which requires local authorities to define boundaries clearly, using physical features that are readily recognisable and likely to be permanent. The Greenbelt and District Open Land background paper update, which is EB 1608, identifies for alteration 17, which specifically relates to Chig R5, that two different things will need to happen in relation to greenbelt boundaries. Existing features in the landscape should be used as the new defensible boundary along the northern and the western edges. It acknowledges that as part of any development proposals, these existing features may need to be strengthened. I think all the imagery that Mr. Clues has submitted with his hearing statement confirms the existence of the mature vegetation. So I think they've queried whether that would be possible in their hearing statement, but that obviously exists. In relation to the eastern edge, the council have the view that a new boundary would need to be established, and that this would need to be a new feature. But as we discussed yesterday, that would be in accordance with good practice.
Thank you. Mr. Clues, any sort of points on the greenbelt and any final points? If the allocation remained as it is now, do you agree that you'd be able to establish that new greenbelt boundary?
Okay, so I think there's obviously a few things were covered there. First of all, our submission relates to SS 0586. It doesn't relate to the 478, either of the 478 sites. And of course, there has been some evolution since the local plan came out. And we are proposing that the large part of the site, as shown in our Appendix 5, is actually potentially available for green space. We are proposing that we achieve an allocation which represents exactly what we're seeking to deliver right now. And there's various reasons for that, which will come up in other hearing statements as well. But it is 586, it's not the 478 sites. What I believe happened there is that the 478, the call for sites, I believe, for Epping started around 2012, or quite a considerable time ago. And so a lot of these site selection reports actually relate to basically old allocations, old option agreements that no longer bear any relation to who's actually got an option over the site. So that was quite a dated, the 478, both 478A and 478B were quite dated submissions, I believe. And it is, neither of them relate to what we eventually proposed. We are now proposing something that's very, very similar, basically to 5A6. And we feel that that would work perfectly acceptably. There's one other point I need to come back on, which is the third-party access rights, which is stated in the requirements. There is no third-party access rights across the site at the moment, and we're not quite sure why that's in there. There could be, if the site was enlarged and there was public open space as part of the allocation, there obviously could be some rights to that area, but there isn't at the moment. We're not quite sure why that was mentioned. In terms of the Greenbelt boundary, it would, at the moment, that eastern boundary is essentially a large, it's as I say, it's got buildings, it's got the garden centre straddling the site. Essentially, it's a track. You obviously could plant something along there. It would be a hell of a thing to look at once it was done. It would probably look a bit incongruous compared to the rest of the site. Whether it was inside the red line boundary or outside of it is probably a question mark. I guess it would have to be inside. Looking at the site assessment report that council come up with, they've only allowed, I think, 300 square metres for landscaping around the site. I completely agree with the council about the other two boundaries, the northern and western boundaries. They could be enhanced. They already exist, and they're quite well treed and quite well screened. But that eastern boundary, I do struggle to see what on earth that would look like, and what that would actually be if we were going to plant a new boundary along there, basically to try to create some sort of green belt boundary, when actually there are perfectly reasonable and realistic options in other parts of the garden centre site that could be enhanced far more successfully and actually provide much greater benefits to the area. The eastern boundary would look so incongruous and so alien, probably, and very artificial and manufactured. Not least of all to say, of course, that if it was outside the red line that the council identified, there's a hell of a lot of structures and things that are going to have to be dealt with alongside that boundary, which again is not a part of the allocation. I don't know whether anyone would consider that as a reasonable expectation, but it could be done.
Could I ask the council to comment on that they are on the agenda here, the density matter and the access rights, and we haven't heard you query the SAC mitigation, but if you could comment on those, and then on the Greenbelt matter, please, before again we need to move on.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, in terms of the density, Council does not consider there is an error in the density figures in Appendix 6. The figures referred to in Appendix 6 are based on the methodology that's been set out in our published detailed methodology capacity assessment, which is EB 805J. And that considered a wide range of factors, including the size and location of the settlement, as well as local settings. Detailed site assessments of the site in question, as well as the other sites, have been tested and undertaken consistently. They're included in an appendix, for another reference, EB 805N, and that's page B851. The council considers both the methodology and the application of it to be sufficiently robust. That's in terms of the density. In terms of the did you want me to talk about the third-party access?
Yes, please,
yeah. So the protection of third-party access rights are included in the plan essentially as a precautionary measure to ensure that the current access point can be retained. On the other point, I think we've dealt with the point around contributions to the SAC, which I think was your other element of that question.
I think Mr. Clues said there aren't any third-party access rights. That seems to be the dispute.
It's under the on-site constraints in Appendix 6 of the local plan.
Madam, my understanding of why it's included is there's a single access point to both Chig R5 and the other land that we're discussing. So I think it was included on a precautionary basis that any development that came forward on Chig R5 didn't prejudice existing access to the adjacent land. So perhaps the wording could be refined, but that was the intention behind it.
Okay, we could perhaps look at that wording. And final comment then from the council, if you could, on the nature of that that greenbelt boundary in light of what you've heard from Mr. Clues, and then we'll move on to R7.
I don't think we have anything else to add, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now then to Chigwell R7, which is Chigwell Convent. Okay, so my question is written on there. Again, I've seen this site. What specific engagement has taken place with the parish council in relation to the conflicting views about the future of this site? And then did the examiner's reports for the neighbourhood plan specifically conclude that the local green space proposal was unjustified? Now, that's sort of a specific question that's come up, but essentially the parish council obviously wants this to be a local green space. It's just how you've taken account of that. Just to clarify, again, a couple of things, because having looked at the site, there doesn't seem to be any public access to that space. Is that right? It's a sort of fenced space. The only access through it is from the road to the convent.
Whilst that is technically correct, that's not a criterion for designating.
No, just to make sure that I'm just trying to understand what the use and what you see as the value, I suppose, of that space. Okay, thank you, Ms. Corn.
Thank you, Madam. Council has had continuing and ongoing engagement with the parish council throughout the plan-making process. That includes a significant number of meetings to discuss the emerging neighbourhood plan. In his report, the neighbourhood plan examiner considered the merit of the proposed designation, and he concluded that the proposed designation does not meet the basic conditions, as it is not consistent with the local planning of sustainable development, which is a requirement set out in paragraph 76 of the NPPF. And that's on page 22 of the report, which is ED 32, the examiner's report. Thank you.
Mr. Homer.
I think it's important to acknowledge that the parish council is not at this moment in time proposing to designate the land as a local green space, nor is it seeking you to do so through modifications to the local plan. It objects to the allocation on that basis and that basis alone. Needless to say, it disagrees with the conclusions that the examiner of the neighbourhood plan came to. Because the neighbourhood plan failed for other reasons, this particular matter was not the subject of the hearing that was held. And had it been so, then we could have corrected some of the misunderstandings that we think the examiner had, which is not uncommon in the way that neighbourhood plans are examined and the way that local green spaces are justified.
Sorry, I just need to be clear. So you're not seeking the designation of this space as a local green space at the present time. Is that what you said?
That's correct. We're merely seeking through this process for the deletion of the allocation. The parish council is not at the moment preparing a neighbourhood plan.
Okay, so what are your reasons for seeking the deletion of the allocation?
Well, as we've set out in our statement, that it's not based on sound evidence, that it has at the outset and still significantly misunderstood the heritage value of the site. One of the ironies here is that it would appear that there is a greater burden on a neighbourhood plan to evidence its understanding of the significance of a heritage asset if it is intending to allocate land within the setting of a heritage asset than a local plan. Having gone through this a number of times with other neighbourhood plans, planning authorities expect them to have at least prepared some form of heritage statement that explains the significance. Obviously not requiring a full heritage statement because it's not a planning application, but certainly to adhere to the direction of the NPPF, the PPG and Historic England's own guidance, which were always pointed to by local planning authorities to inform the strategic environmental assessment. and allocation policies of neighbourhood plans. And the irony here is that work has not been done. At the outset, as we've explained in our statement, the heritage assets were not fully acknowledged, in fact, hardly acknowledged at all in the early site assessment work. And even now, with the retrofitting of the evidence, the basis on which it could be ascertained that a 50% reduction in the theoretical gross developable area of the site will lead to a scheme that will be in accordance with the 1990 Conservation Area and Listed Buildings Act, as well as the NPPF and everything else in terms of sustaining and enhancing the character and appearance of the listed listed buildings. That basis hasn't been, the evidence has not been demonstrated that is anything more than just an arbitrary figure in what we can only see as one page of evidence. So we would have expected more to have been done to justify this, and it hasn't, as far as we can tell, and therefore we object to the allocation of the site on the basis that it's unsound.
Thank you. So which of the on the map here, the sort of convent buildings, are they the listed buildings that the requirements in Appendix 6 refer to? Can you just answer the comments that have been made on heritage and what listed buildings could be affected and what the heritage assets are?
I can tell you if you'd like.
Okay. Yep.
So, do you have to hand our statement?
I probably have.
Would that help? This is statement 5.1.4.
I think. Well, I've got the parish council statement in front of me. Whether I've got what?
On page 3, there is the extract of the 1887 Ordnance Survey map, which shows the manor, Chigwell Manor. So the convent is the use.
There's nothing on my page 3. Just checking exactly what are you referring to your statement for this particular matter? How long is your statement? 4 pages. I have 3 pages here, just unless it's presented separately. No plan. No one has a plan. It's not just me, at least. Thank goodness. Okay. Well.
Anyway, okay, it's simple. There are 2 designated heritage assets. There's the former manor, the convent building itself, and the gates and piers to the entrance to the former manor building. So those are the designated heritage assets, and the gates and piers are listed in their own right, as opposed to being part of the curtilage of the main building.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor.
The heritage assets, including those Mr. Holmes described, are included within the site specific requirements on page 134 of Appendix 6. So it makes specific reference to them, and there's a requirement for the development. I'll read it. Development of the site may directly impact upon the Grade 2 listed, and then it lists the assets to the northwest of Chigwell Manor House and impact the setting of the Grade 2 listed Chigwell Manor House. Development proposals which incorporate and may affect the settings of these heritage assets should sustain or enhance their significance, including the contribution made by their settings. So there are clear requirements to acknowledge and preserve the heritage assets.
I guess the question is, so how much has been done to understand whether or not that the significance or that can be preserved? Because obviously, having seen it, this is sort of a large area of open space. The access for the convent sort of runs through the middle of it. So how much work has been done to establish sort of whether that's part of the setting, and whether, if it is, that could be preserved by putting 28 houses within it?
As part of the site selection process, the council's conservation officer inputted into stage 2. Yes, please.
I think we've discussed before, as part of the stage 2 site suitability work, the council's conservation officer undertook an assessment of sites in the vicinity of heritage assets to assess the potential impact of the proposals on both the listed assets themselves and their settings. So this was done for this site. As part of the indicative capacity assessment that was also done for this site, there were discussions with the conservation officer, and they input into the assessment that was undertaken, and they were satisfied, given the stage that we're at in terms of the level of detail of the proposals, that the quantum of development that has been identified could come forward in a sensitive manner.
And do you have the, is there anything concrete that the conservation officer has written, perhaps to show how that's been taken into account? So there's some evidence of that.
We'd need to check, madam.
Could you do
happy
so?
to come back to you on
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave it there, and we'll have a look at that. Thank you. Can we move on to 8, R8 Fencepiece Road and R11 Hainault Road? This might be relatively straightforward and quick to deal with. Is this your interest, Mr. Shaw? Okay. Well, if I just outline first of all for everybody else that there is a modification proposed to delete the reference to the access constraints from Appendix 6 in reflection of recent appeal decisions and highway consultations. Does that overcome your concerns?
Yeah, I do agree with removing those site constraints. There was something else I wanted to seek as well. That's a main modification on the site capacity for R11. Because the planning inspector also supports 11 dwellings there rather than the 7 that's contained within the local plan. I was actually under the impression from the responses at the hearing for matter 5 that the site capacity would be changed to 11, so I just want to reconfirm that.
Is that, sorry, just remind me, is that for R11?
R11 Hainault Road, yeah. So the planning inspector approved 11 dwellings there, so I'd like that reflected within a local plan.
That's an appeal decision that has allowed the appeal for 11 dwellings.
That's correct.
Madam, if it's helpful, at paragraph 271 of the Council's Matter 15 hearing statement, that's page 113, we provide the reference of the appeal decision that Mr. Shah is referring to.
Thank you. And if you just remind me then what your position is, given that appeal decision, in relation to whether you should change the capacity in the local plan.
Yes, we would. So
You would.
the site would become a commitment in the plan with the updated number of units. So the council proposes the deletion. Sorry, no, ignore me. It would become a commitment in the plan, essentially. So the committed number of units would be included.
In the plan. And how about in the allocation in R11?
I was correct. We'd delete the allocation and it would become a commitment, essentially, because it has a planning consent. So it would still be in the supply, but it wouldn't be appearing.
Is it
as an
necessary to do that? Aren't there other sites that we've discussed that have got planning permission? I know you've got to be careful about double counting.
Well, it would stay in with an updated number as an allocation, but we would ensure no double counting between the different elements of the housing supply. I think that's the danger, as you say, is double counting, so we just need to avoid that.
I don't know. I think, Mr. Shah, would you be more comfortable with the allocation remaining?
So would that mean that the reference to approximately 7 would be removed and 11 would be replaced? I mean, basically my concern is just that there's a number written against it which is much lower, which is incorrect based on the latest evidence. So I just want to make sure.
Well, okay. I think if the allocation is going to, if the allocation remains, then you may as well update it to say 11. I guess the question is whether the right approach is to retain the allocation and correct it, or given that it's got planning permission, you could delete it. But I think we've heard about other ones where there might be planning permission. It just then introduces a whole row of whether we're being consistent in the approach.
As long as it's consistent, I think that's...
Yep, okay, so the allocation remains, you'll update the capacity to 11.
Yes.
Yep. Is that all, Mr. Shah?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Okay. So moving on then to there are a few that we haven't had the opportunity to discuss. I'm not going to go through them all because I haven't got any comments or questions in relation to them, as you can see, but I think we haven't yet discussed R1, R2, R3, R9 or R10. So if anybody has concerns, questions about those that they wanted to raise, then if you put up your board and make it clear which one. No. Good. Well, I'll move on quickly before anyone has second thoughts. Sorry, I should be saying that, but it's getting late. So we've already discussed the Greenbelt alterations, I believe. Right. So is there anything anyone hasn't been able to say? No. Good. No, Mr. Shah's just still got it up. That's fine. We'll move. So, well, thank you. It was a long session, but helpful to me, and thank you very much, particularly for people we haven't seen before. It's useful to have some new faces, and your points were well made, so thank you very much. Who is here for the next... I'm sorry, at the back. Is there anybody else, or is it just yourself? It's just you, I think. Okay, I think we were expecting one other. If we could just have then... If we just have 5 minutes, is that enough? We just have a brief 5-minute break to... Thank you very much, but could you now sort of clear away for the evening so we can have the one lady at the back who's been sitting here all afternoon. Thank you very much. Okay then, onward. I'm sorry about the delay. And your Miss Hill isn't anyone listed on my list anyway, so you're not Claire Hutchison. No, I'm not. You're not, but you are here for Graham Watt. That's orders. Okay, thank you. I think perhaps what we'll do is, obviously I have an agenda here which is relatively brief, but given that you've been sitting there all afternoon, would you like to just raise whatever it is that you're concerned about first, and we'll deal with that first, and then you can either stay or leave as you feel best.
Thank you very much. I represent Mr Watt, who is the landowner of 2 sites that have been allocated in the local plan as existing employment site, Little Hyde Hall Farm and Quickbury Farm. In relation to the specific question you asked today, I wanted to comment on Quickbury Farm specifically, and the fact that whilst the council has said in its hearing statement that it's relying on the 2017 Employment Land Supply Assessment to determine whether sites are in existing employment use or not. I can't comment on any other sites, but I would want to reiterate what I've written in all our representations to date, that the assessment is erroneous with respect to Quickbury Farm, which is site RUR point 11. As less than half of the floor space identified is actually in commercial use. Indeed, looking at briefly at the employment land study, that indicates that over 7,000 square metres of employment use, and they specify B8 is there. Indeed, that's not supported by either the planning history of the site, which, very briefly, the first 1992 permission was given for the majority of the buildings in my plan in Appendix A of my hearing statement. A couple more were added in 1999, and then in 2017 permission was granted for the rebuild of one of those units for B1 use. And I don't know if you've been on the site or whether you intend to go on the site. That clearly shows when you go on site what actually is there. So I question the justification behind allocating it as an employment site, particularly given that policy E1, as currently worded, and I appreciate there are some modifications proposed in matter 12, actually protects the buildings that are in employment use currently in the future. So although I would assert that potentially allocating ex-farm buildings that are still part of agricultural rural-based businesses, such as Mr Watt's, conflict with paragraph 28, which talks about diversification of rural-based businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the council, perhaps if you can explain how you've arrived at your assessment of the existing use of this site, and if it's just that's whether, in light of the objection that's been raised, anything has been done to sort of check what Ms Hill is saying.
Yes, Madam, I'll try and help you as far as I'm able to. The council does still consider it's justified to designate the site as an existing rural employment site. As we've heard, the existing uses on site were recorded through the Employment Land Assessment in 2017, and that identified 7,429 square metres of existing floor space within the V8 use class. The council does acknowledge that whilst the information submitted with the representation does indicate a mix of uses, with certain buildings in agricultural use and others in commercial use, that doesn't justify an amendment to the designation. It should be noted that the council is proposing amendments to policy E1, and we consider that those amendments meet a number of the concerns that have been raised by the representation.
In what way? And perhaps you could just go a little further as to say that you said that even if some is in a sort of mixed agricultural use, that wouldn't justify changing the designation. Perhaps again, if you could just give it a little bit more as to why you feel that.
I think, and I may turn to Mr. Coleman to help with this, but policy E1A, little 1, where we're seeking to extend the policy to cover designation undesignated sites, is seeking to retain employment sites and premises either for their existing uses or for Class B or sui generis uses of an employment character. And introducing a new little 3 that complementary and supporting uses may be considered acceptable where they will not individually or cumulatively result in a material change to the site's employment character and function. So I think we would suggest that that supports the diversification argument.
Perhaps again, if you can just speak in more general terms about how sort of other agricultural type buildings have been treated. I mean, do you disagree that 51% is in agricultural use?
I'm sorry, madam, I don't think we've got that level of detail at the moment. I don't think we've been out to reassess and relook and from the 2017 work.
Sorry, does the 2017 work then, does that sort of, is that in conflict with what we're being told by the landowner? Again, just trying to just sort of see. There's obviously a dispute as to what the site or what use the site is in. Ms. Hill disagrees. I don't know. Do you disagree? You disagree with the results of the ELS?
Yes, I do in respect of this site. Yes.
So they disagree with the result of that, and whether there's been any checking to establish whether that's correct in these particular cases where it's been raised, I suppose.
There hasn't been any further checking. We are relying on the work that was done in 2017 where there was a site visit. So we can certainly look at that and check in light of Ms. Hill's concerns. I mean, if it were predominantly agricultural, that would obviously change the way we would look at the site. Because of the way policy E1 seeks to designate existing employment uses as predominantly B-class uses. What we're saying is the modifications we've made to the policy allow other employment-generating uses that are supplementary to B1 to be designated for protection as well, whether they're in a designated employment area or not. But they are employment-generating uses that we're seeking to protect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Well, I think in light of the fact that it's sort of been raised, it's been disputed, and you can't sort of categorically confirm that the results are correct. I wonder whether you could check on that and come back and tell me whether you think it should change whether it should be changed in this case or not. Can you just tell me what is your client concerned about it being designated? It sounds like it's a bit of a sort of questionable site where some of it is employment and some of it isn't. What's the problem if it's wrongly designated?
My client's concern is that whilst some of the modifications proposed to policy E1, which we'll be discussing in June, might come some way to overcoming the objections as it gives a little bit more flexibility. By allocating the entirety of his site as employment, even though approximately half of it isn't in employment, it's restricting and caveating the type of diversification that he may be able to undertake in the future. Currently, the buildings he intends to keep in agricultural use, but as time moves on, he wants the flexibility to be able to diversify his rural business as he sees fit, in line with MPPF. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And what was the other site that you referred to that you wanted to raise?
Only briefly, Little Hyde Hall, which is another rural employment site in policy E13, only in respect of the question that...
sorry, what's the reference for that?
It is... E10, rural
policy-
E10.
policy-
P13. It's really just a general point as to question the appropriateness of allocating these rural sites, which in effect are farmsteads that have been, diversified over the years as employment areas, given the NPPF and the issue about rural diversification, and the fact that Policy E1 in fact protects buildings that are in employment use on these sites in any event from conversion to non-employment sites, whether or not there's any need to actually specifically allocate these sites for employment use as in their entirety.
I think just to clarify, these are designations as opposed to allocations. So I appreciate it's just terminology, but actually it is different, because what we're trying to do is consistently say where the evidence base identifies a site that's in existing employment use that should be retained based on the evidence. We're trying to designate those sites to protect them so that we can meet the future land supply requirements, employment land supply requirements. We know from the bank of land that's available through that work, through the sites that are designated, there's a certain quantum of land that's available. We've then essentially topped that up with new allocations to meet the requirements based on the evidence. So we feel it's the right approach, and obviously we'll look at it if we haven't applied that approach consistently, but we feel we have based on the evidence at the moment. But obviously we'll look at the site that was referred to previously. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? No. Okay. Well, that covers quite a lot on my agenda anyway. But if you want to leave, then feel free to do so. I think we can cover the rest fairly quickly. So turning back to the agenda, the potential modifications, I think we've discussed those, and you know the reason for them, so I don't think we need to go over them again. Is there anything further proposed on your sheet that you handed out this morning that relates to these policies?
This is amendment number 10. I'm just trying to find my notes on it now.
Starts on page 9.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's a similar.
I think you've got, sorry, you had a question for us on R1, and then in response to the green belt, can I say that word, anomaly homework note, there's also one additional site that we wanted to draw your attention to. So I don't know if you have a preference for the order that we take them in.
Let's deal with R1 as it's on the agenda. It's under the green belt.
Am I doing that, Alison, or are you doing it?
Are you running the show?
If you're ready, go. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
it's on RORA 1.
okay, can you just remind me which policy our rural R1 is in?
Nays ER2.
No,
Isn't it? That's number 9.
It's rural sites, which is P13? Sorry, we're all losing them.
Because there's 13 to 15, isn't there? So.
Okay, 24. This is it. Are you in there?
Yeah, which I think the Spectre wants to know which policy it's in.
P13.
P13, that's what I thought.
Page 174. Latin comment.
Okay. Okay, so this is right up next to Harlow.
Yes. So in the council's hearing statement, which was paragraph 436, page 178, it identified an error regarding how site R1 had been dealt with in terms of its proposed removal from the green belt. I think you then asked the question about the justification for making a greenbelt allocation if it was to remain washed over. The council has provided further detail on this in the homework note 7, which is ED 58. However, just briefly in summary now, acknowledging that the site is located in the Greenbelt and that the council now proposes that it's retained in the Greenbelt, the council decided that it should be allocated for residential development on the basis that it would enable a small-scale site to come forward in a rural community to ensure local needs are met, which accords with policy SP2. And also that the site could deliver housing early in the planned period and therefore contribute to the council's 5-year housing land supply. A site was incorrectly identified as being adjacent to the Greenbelt boundary, and so that led to the council proposing an alteration, which is alteration 16 in the Greenbelt and District Open Land background paper update. To remove the site allocation from the Greenbelt, which was the approach that generally taken. Since the area is currently washed over by the Greenbelt and its removal would effectively result in a hole in the Greenbelt, the council considers it should remain washed over. This is to ensure that the integrity of the Greenbelt is retained and the most defensible boundaries are used. The council recognises that this means that when development comes forward, very special circumstances will need to be demonstrated. However, the existence of the site allocation, the council considers, will provide a compelling case upon which very special circumstances may be demonstrated.
Can I just add to that? The reason why it was an error in the first place was it was at the edge of the district's Greenbelt boundary, but it adjoined immediately Harlow District's Greenbelt boundary, and so of course that's why it would create a hole, and we hadn't appreciated, or it was an error on our part essentially.
Okay. When you were talking about enabling it to come forward to meet some local needs, you're not talking about a rural exception site as such, are you? Are you talking about market housing?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any sort of, I don't think there are any other examples, are there, correct me if I'm wrong, of you allocating a market housing site and leaving it sort of washed over by the Greenbelt? Are there any, does the council have any concerns? Are there any risks that you see associated with doing that on a one-off basis, particularly given that it's sort of arrived as an error in a way? I just wonder if you do that, are there good enough reasons to do that in this one particular case that wouldn't then open up the same argument in every other small rural settlement across the district?
Yeah, I suppose potentially. It is a similar approach to that we've adopted for traveller sites in the Greenbelt. So there are a couple of allocations that we've proposed where we're expecting them to remain washed over because they're in the middle of the Greenbelt in order not to create, effectively a hole. Yeah, and they're the best sites that came through the site selection process. I think recognising that we need to provide housing across the district.
Okay. Well, provided you're satisfied that it's not a risk, then that's okay.
Certainly not in any sense of development management risk, because it's only the fact that it's allocated that will be the last piece of the jigsaw, if you like, to justify a very special circumstances case. Other similar forms of development on sites that are not allocated would not have that factor weighing in favour of a grant of permission. We've taken the view, certainly that's the approach we've taken in respect of traveller site development, and there is a justification on a non-prejudicial basis, if you like, that rural communities, bricks and mortar communities of housing should be treated in the same way. We're justified. I accept it's an exception, otherwise for bricks and mortar housing.
Thank you. Did you want to go on then to this Chimes Garden Centre?
So yeah, that is amendment number 10 on the schedule that was circulated earlier today. And as part of your request for us to look at and reappraise sites granted planning permission for development of the Greenbelt prior to 31st of March 2017, we have identified one further site, which is the Chimes Garden Centre, which has been granted planning permission and that once built would represent a major anomaly requiring an alteration of the Greenbelt boundary, and that is also set out in our homework note, E7, ED58. Set out correctly. Yeah, the council considers this site would benefit from being allocated for residential development in the local plan submission version. Just by way of background, planning permission was granted for demolition of site buildings first of all in 2015, again in 2018, and most recently in 2019 for 33 homes. The council did determine that development would have a greater harm to the openness of the Greenbelt, but the very special circumstances existed to outweigh that harm. The site is previously developed land on the edge of the existing built-up area of Naysbourne. The nature and scale of the proposed development result in a major anomaly, and therefore we're proposing to remove it. It will require a number of consequential amendments, obviously to the number of dwellings proposed for allocation within the rural west P14 policy, and consequential amendments to the Greenbelt boundary alterations, and paragraph 5.173. And obviously it will require an Appendix 6 site-specific requirements pro forma and changes to the policies map.
Thank you. I'll go away and read your homework document 7. It's coming back to me, our discussion about why you've got away to have a look at these. But I'm just thinking about this now in light of the conversation we had earlier about the school. Because I think, if you just remind me, I think this arose because there was a situation where you had proposed to remove some land from the Greenbelt where planning permission had been granted because that would then in the future constitute an anomaly, and other people put up their hands and said, but there are other, so Nolly's Nursery. So we were looking at having to deal with that consistently. I mean, having heard the argument about the school earlier, do you think that is the right? Do you think that's the right way to go, to remove things that have been granted planning permission that haven't been built out yet? Or you can equally consider being consistent the other way and leaving them in and recognising that they were granted planning permission with the very special circumstances, but that not necessarily anything that would come forward on that site should necessarily be removed from the Greenbelt, because obviously it's a bit different correcting an anomaly where you've got development built in the Greenbelt and you can see what it is and it's an anomaly. But if you've just got an open site at the moment, very special circumstances have been granted for a particular reason, that falls away, and then someone comes in and makes a planning application on a site that's no longer in the Greenbelt. It's a bit of a different matter. So I'm perhaps slightly uncomfortable about what I may have been comfortable about weeks ago on the basis of a discussion heard now. So I don't know.
We are too now.
You are too.
So
okay.
We would certainly welcome an opportunity to go away and look at that again.
I think maybe we'll think about that, and I'll read that. I'll read your homework document carefully and remind myself of the reasons that we did that. But it might be that it doesn't necessarily fall the way we thought it might.
Keep in mind that I think it's paragraph. The paragraph referring to the Chigwell school site, I didn't correct it. That was supposed to, because that site doesn't, has planning permission, but does not, nothing's come forward yet. We recognise the risk for that site, and we recognise that the local concern about it, which is precisely why we didn't want to take it out of the Greenbelt.
Yeah.
And the note is incorrectly written because
to suggest that it would.
I didn't check it.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I think the confusion is because currently it is proposed as an alteration to remove it from the Greenbelt in the local plan submission version, and actually what we wanted to do was to change that. It got lost in translation somewhere.
Yeah, that's okay. But I think we're perhaps clearer about it now, that there's a risk of removing sites from the Greenbelt where planning permission has been granted, but no development has yet come forward, because if that goes away, something else can come in. It's no longer then in the Greenbelt. Very special circumstances, doesn't have to apply, and you might have then sort of removed it when you didn't necessarily want to. So anyway, I've got that point. We'll read it carefully. I'll read your homework note carefully, but in relation to that, so we won't necessarily record it as a modification for the moment. It's something. Thank you. And then finally, I think I had on the agenda a question in relation to rural E19 Dorrington Farm, but I think, again, this is just a modification which will become clear in your employment note once I've had the chance to read that carefully, which is to clarify that the new allocation is only part of the site and to express it in hectares and to clarify the uses. Is that right? That's what that amounts to. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
It's clarifying that some is an existing employment site which will be designated, and then some will be a new allocation which will be an extension to the existing site.
Right, I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. 5:30. See you next week. Have a nice weekend, as long as it lasts.